Across the vast plains around the world, billions of fruits and vegetables are being picked, packed, and transported in just a few short days. A spectacular race against time, where technology and nature intertwine. Farmers are not only facing the fever of the harvest season, but also battling unpredictable weather, volatile prices, and the pressure of global supply. Now, let's explore how farmers across the planet are working hand in hand with modern technology to bring in the golden harvest of 2025. The bountiful orange harvest runs from October to May in the Northern Hemisphere, and from June to December in Brazil, making the global harvest season more vibrant than ever. In 2025, Brazil continues to dominate the world's orange industry, with an expected output of more than 16 million tons, accounting for nearly 20% of global production. The United States, particularly the state of Florida, produces around 4 million tons, mainly serving the orange juice processing industry. On large-scale farms, using hydraulic shakers, it takes only a few seconds to shake an entire tree, causing thousands of oranges to fall onto canvas sheets, achieving an average yield of 6 to 8 tons per hour. To meet soaring demand, orange farms are turning to machines that harvest faster and smarter than ever. Among them, modern combine harvesters such as the Oxbow 3220, the New Holland VX790, or the Corvin 9000 series move between rows of trees, using vibrating rods and automatic conveyors to detach the fruit and collect it into bins. These machines are capable of harvesting more than 20 tons of oranges per day, nearly 3 times faster than hydraulic shaker systems, and over 40 times more efficient than manual hand-picking. Each year, the world harvests more than 80 million tons of oranges, supplying raw materials for a juice industry worth over 30 billion USD. Famous brands such as Tropicana, Minute Maid, and Cutral hold the majority of the global orange juice market. Tropicana alone processes more than 5 million oranges daily at its factories in Florida, producing millions of liters of 100% pure orange juice. The oranges that meet quality standards are packed for the fresh market, while the rest are sent through cold pressing, filtering, concentration, and aseptic bottling lines, the journey that creates the familiar morning glass of orange juice enjoyed around the world. Billions of potato seeds are planted in the early spring of the Northern Hemisphere and the autumn of the Southern Hemisphere, marking the beginning of one of the most important crop seasons in global agriculture. Across vast fields, modern potato planters such as the Lockwood 608, Grimm GL420, and John Deere 1725 operate tirelessly, capable of planting more than 12 rows at once, covering 10 to 15 hectares per day. Each seed potato is placed precisely into the soil by conveyor systems and GPS sensors, ensuring uniform spacing and optimal growth conditions. Thanks to this high level of mechanization, global potato production now exceeds 370 million tons annually, making this humble tuber the 4th most important food crop in the world, after rice, corn, and wheat. Germany's Deepfield Robotics weed control system stands as a revolutionary solution that is transforming the way humans care for crops. Equipped with an AI-powered camera capable of processing up to 20 frames per second and a high-precision image recognition system, the robot can clearly distinguish between crops and weeds, then use mechanical arms or laser beams to remove individual weeds without harming the surrounding plants. Thanks to its ability to operate continuously day and night, the robot can treat dozens of hectares each day without using herbicides. chemicals that are responsible for soil and water pollution in over 60% of Europe's agricultural areas, and the loss of up to 40% of soil biodiversity. However, the main drawback of Deepfield Robotics is its significantly reduced efficiency under harsh weather conditions, such as heavy rain, sticky clay soil, or uneven terrain. So would you be willing to spend $150,000 to own this cutting-edge technology of the future? After 4 to 5 months of patient waiting, farmers across major potato-growing regions from Idaho and Wisconsin, the Netherlands, Germany, to China enter a vibrant harvest season that lasts from August to October each year. Hundreds of massive harvesters from leading brands such as Grimm, DeWolf, and Lockwood operate in sync with John Deere tractors, manufacturers that together account for over 70% of the global potato harvesting machinery market. The lifting blades, vibrating shafts, and multi-layer conveyors gently separate rows of potatoes from the soil, remove stems and dry dirt, and unload them directly into trucks running alongside. Each machine can harvest up to 150 tons of potatoes per day, turning entire fields into golden brown streams of tubers, a humble crop that feeds more than 1 billion people every day worldwide. According to USDA forecasts, in 2025, the United States is expected to reach a yield of over 20 million tons of potatoes, ranking 5th globally after China, India, Russia, and Ukraine, with Idaho remaining the country's largest production hub, accounting for nearly 1/3 of total output. After harvesting, the potatoes are taken to high-tech storage facilities where low temperatures and humidity of around 95% keep thousands of tons fresh for months. From there, they begin a new journey, becoming crispy fries, smooth mashed potatoes, or potato starch for the global food industry worth over $150 billion USD each year. The 2025 peak blueberry harvest season bursts into life from June to September, painting landscapes around the world in deep shades of blue. Blueberries are divided into two main types, low bush and high bush, each with distinct harvesting traditions and technologies. Low bush blueberries, standing only 20 to 40 centimeters tall, grow naturally in Maine and eastern Canada and are harvested with mechanical rakes or low ground sweepers for frozen and processed products. In contrast, high bush blueberries, reaching up to 2.5 meters, are cultivated in Peru, Chile, Spain, and the United States, harvested by self-propelled machines equipped with vibrating conveyors that gently preserve fruit quality. Today, global blueberry production exceeds 2 million tons a year, with the United States and Peru together accounting for more than 40% of total output, ensuring a year-round supply of this nutrient-rich fruit to markets worldwide. As autumn spreads, alongside the bustling pumpkin harvest for the festive season, fields from North America to Europe glow with the vibrant colors of ripening squash. Modern harvesters, equipped with cutting blades, vibrating shafts, and integrated conveyor systems, work seamlessly to lift vines, separate the fruits, and load them into containers at speeds of over 10 tons per hour. Each year, nearly 28 million tons of squash are harvested to meet the rising global demand for fresh produce, soups, vegetarian meals, and frozen foods, a testament to this golden vegetable crop, one of the most widely cultivated and consumed short-season vegetables in the world. Amid the golden waves of ripened barley, the harvest season unfolds with both grandeur and danger. Farmers face not only volatile prices and market pressure, but also the harsh power of nature, where a single gust of hot wind or a tiny spark can turn vast fields into flames. A single major fire can cut yields by 15 to 20%, causing tens of millions of dollars in losses. Therefore, they must fight back, using tractors to plow fire breaks and spraying water to prevent the flames from spreading. That is how quick-witted farmers save their crops. Even as smoke fills the sky and fire blazes across the horizon, the harvest must go on, because every minute lost means tons of barley reduced to ash. Many of these fires are triggered by overheated combine harvesters, where dry straw and dust accumulate near the exhaust or bearings, igniting instantly under extreme heat. This dramatic scene often unfolds across major barley-growing regions, such as Kansas, Alberta, and Ukraine, where humans and nature continue their fierce struggle for every season's yield. Each year, the world produces over 150 million tons of barley, most of it used for beer, animal feed, and malt production. At the same time, thousands of hectares of barley fields are burned, releasing hundreds of thousands of tons of CO2 into the atmosphere and stripping away the fertile topsoil built up over decades. Famous as one of the most delicate and easily damaged vegetables, harvesting celery requires precision, care, and speed in every movement. Across lush green fields stretching from California in the United States to the Murcia region of Spain and the Flevoland plains of the Netherlands, the harvest season begins in October and lasts until early spring. On smaller farms, workers still harvest by hand, using sharp knives to cut each stalk close to the ground, gently bundling and placing them into boxes to avoid bruising. Skilled pickers can harvest between 1 and 2 tons per day, showcasing the craftsmanship of traditional vegetable farming. In contrast, large-scale farms rely on modern mechanical harvesters equipped with cutting blades and automated conveyors that lift, trim, and load celery into containers at speeds exceeding 15 tons per hour. Today, the United States stands as the world's largest producer of celery, yielding over 900,000 tons annually, with California alone accounting for more than 80% of the national output. European countries, such as Spain, the Netherlands, and Italy, also serve as major production hubs supplying the EU market. On the consumer side, China and the United States are the world's top celery consumers, each averaging more than 2 kilograms per person per year, a clear reflection of the global appeal of this crisp, refreshing, and nutrient-rich vegetable. Standing out as one of the most iconic symbols of autumn, the pumpkin becomes the opening character in our harvest journey. Across the United States, with Illinois holding the title of Pumpkin Capital, vast golden fields come into season from late September to November, just in time for the excitement of Halloween. Fresh pumpkin harvesters use sharp blades to cut through thick stems, while mechanical arms lift the massive pumpkins from the ground and place them onto conveyor belts. Rotating rollers and brushes remove excess soil before the plump pumpkins are neatly deposited into storage bins at the rear. With a continuous rhythm, thousands of pumpkins are gathered within just a few hours. Unlike fresh pumpkin harvesters, pumpkin seed harvesters have a more specialized design. These machines crush and separate the entire fruit directly in the field, sorting out the seeds through screening systems, while the rind and flesh are discharged back onto the soil as organic fertilizer. By combining these two technologies, American farmers not only meet the enormous demand for fresh pumpkins in holiday markets and food production, but also maximize economic value from the seeds, driving annual yields to more than 680,000 metric tons. Farewell to the diligent farmers across the fields of Illinois. Now let us journey to Wisconsin and Massachusetts, where every September, farmers harvest their rewards, glistening like crimson jewels upon the water. Unlike pumpkins, cranberries are harvested using a unique method known as wet harvesting. When the season arrives, farmers flood the bogs with water, then deploy special machines called water reels or egg beaters to stir the vines and loosen the berries. Thanks to tiny air pockets inside, cranberries rise and float, creating a spectacular sight. Thousands of bright red berries drifting like a floating carpet across the water's surface. Next comes the conveyor harvester, a modern harvesting machine that drives directly through the flooded bog. At the front, steel tines sweep the floating berries into the intake, while rotating conveyors lift them up, drain the water, and deposit them straight into boats or bins along the bog's edge. This method accelerates collection, reduces the need for manual boom corralling, and minimizes damage, making it ideal for large-scale cranberry farms in the US and Canada. Much like the bison roaming the Great Plains, the sight of flooded bogs shimmering with cranberries has become an enduring symbol of North America, a living image that captures both its natural abundance and cultural identity. Another approach that is becoming increasingly widespread is the conveyor harvester, which demands an investment of $250,000 to $400,000, but delivers far greater efficiency. At the front, steel tines sweep the floating berries toward the intake, where rotating conveyors lift them up, drain away the excess water, and deposit them directly into waiting boats or bins along the bog's edge. Each year, harvesting 700,000 tons of cranberries can require millions of liters of water, but Ocean Spray, the largest farmer-owned cooperative in the United States, emphasizes that much of this water is reused throughout the season, while accounting for nearly 70% of the nation's production. Brussels sprouts grow in tall, sturdy stalks that can reach up to a meter in height, with dozens of compact green buds tightly clustered along the stem, making their harvest a task that requires both precision and specialized machinery. From September to March each year, the Brussels sprout fields in Flanders, the agricultural heart of Belgium, enter their harvest season. Farmers rely on specialized machines such as trailed Brussels sprout harvesters and self-propelled Brussels sprout harvesters. Inside, 6 rapidly rotating blades spin like a giant pencil sharpener, trimming each compact sprout and pushing the stalk forward. Every 6 seconds, one plant is fully processed. The Brussels sprouts are then cleaned by fans and filters before falling into the collection hopper. Thanks to scientific farming methods and highly efficient mechanization, Belgian farmers harvest more than 156 million pounds of Brussels sprouts each year, surpassing other countries such as the Netherlands, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Nearly 90% of the products we use every day contain sugar, and much of that sweetness begins in the sun-drenched sugarcane fields of Brazil, where farmers harvest around 650 million tons of cane each year. During the 2025 season, Brazilian farmers must race against time to cut and process sugarcane before it is sent for crushing and export. Before the 2000s, both American and Brazilian farmers commonly burned sugarcane fields before harvest, especially in São Paulo state, which produces more than half of Brazil's output. It might sound unusual, but the purpose was to remove dry leaves and unnecessary tops. This left the stalks cleaner, reduced excess debris such as fallen leaves, organic matter, and insects, and made manual cutting faster and more efficient. However, because of the enormous amount of smoke and harmful emissions it generated, Brazil has implemented a program to almost completely eliminate pre-harvest burning, shifting instead to mechanized green cane harvesting. But in the United States, especially in Florida, burning sugar cane before harvest is still common. If you were there, how would you explain the reason behind it? Against this backdrop, harvesting fresh, unburned sugarcane with modern machinery is increasingly being promoted and has quickly become the dominant path forward. Specialized harvesters cut the cane close to the ground while simultaneously stripping leaves and tops right in the field. The stalks are lifted onto trucks by conveyor belts and transported straight to the mills on the same day. If the harvest is delayed, the sugar content in the cane drops rapidly, making it prone to mold and pests, which reduces its market value. That is why Brazilian farmers always strive to deliver the cane to the mills within 24 hours to ensure the best quality. Across Europe, Russia, and the northern United States, vast sugar beet fields stretch endlessly, with the harvest season running from September to November. Modern sugar beet harvesters are massive self-propelled machines designed with high precision. At the front, lifting wheels or digging shares penetrate the soil, gently raising the beets from the ground without breaking them. Immediately afterward, fast-spinning knives slice off the green tops, which are left in the field as a natural fertilizer. The beets, once cleaned and neatly trimmed, travel along a conveyor system, passing through a series of rollers and cleaning turbines that remove excess soil and stones. Finally, they are deposited into a large holding tank on the machine. While sugarcane still dominates with nearly 80% of the world's sugar supply, sugar beets provide the remaining 20%, with the European Union, Russia, the United States, and Turkey among the leading producers. China dominates the global plum industry, producing more than 6 million tons annually, over half of the world's total output. From July to September each year, farmers race against time to harvest their fruit at peak ripeness. Harvesting plums requires a delicate balance between speed and care. In small orchards, workers pick by hand, gently twisting the fruit from the branches to preserve the thin skin and juicy flesh. The harvested plums are then collected into baskets and moved quickly to sorting stations. In larger farms, such as those in California, mechanical shakers are deployed. These machines grip the trunk or main branches, delivering powerful shakes that send ripe plums tumbling onto catching frames or padded nets below. The fruit is then sorted, graded, and packed within hours to maintain freshness. Beyond being eaten fresh, plums are dried into prunes, processed into jams, or fermented into wines and spirits. Altogether, the global plum and prune industry carries an economic value of more than 10 billion USD, giving this fruit cultural and commercial importance far beyond the orchard. With expectations of harvesting more than 190 million tons of tomatoes in the 2025 season, this crop is grown in over 170 countries, making it one of the most widely cultivated on the planet. Harvesting methods vary depending on their intended use. For fresh market tomatoes, farmers must harvest quickly during the peak season, typically from June to October. Workers hand-pick each fruit by gently twisting it off the vine and placing it into crates to protect the delicate skin. In contrast, processing tomatoes are harvested with mechanical tomato harvesters. These self-propelled machines cut entire plants at the base and feed them into an onboard system that strips away vines and leaves. Advanced optical sorters then separate ripe red fruit from green or damaged ones, discarding the latter. The selected tomatoes travel along conveyor belts into large holding bins before being transported directly to processing plants. Thanks to this technology, a single harvester can collect up to 60 tons of tomatoes per hour, replacing the labor of hundreds of workers. China, India, and the United States dominate global production, with California's Central Valley alone producing millions of tons each year, much of it destined for sauces, ketchup, and canned products. An industry worth nearly $190 billion worldwide, almost 19 times the value of the global plum and prune market. Let us journey to the tropical coasts, where one of the world's most iconic crops thrives, the coconut. Harvesting coconuts is a task that demands both skill and courage. In many traditional plantations across Asia, such as Indonesia, the Philippines, and India, farmers climb towering palms that can reach up to 20 meters high, using only ropes or simple footholds to reach the heavy clusters. With a swift swing of a machete, the coconuts are cut free and dropped to the ground. Modern methods have introduced long poles fitted with sharp blades or hooks. Standing safely on the ground, farmers align the pole, twist, and cut the stem, bringing the coconuts down one by one. In Thailand and parts of Southeast Asia, specially trained monkeys are still used. They climb quickly, twist the coconuts with precision, and can harvest hundreds per day. The global coconut industry, valued at more than $20 billion USD, plays a vital role not only in tropical economies, but also in the worldwide markets for food, cosmetics, and health products. Harvesting sweet corn requires precise timing. If picked too early, the kernels remain underdeveloped. If left too long, the sugars quickly convert into starch, diminishing their flavor. The peak season usually runs from June to August in the United States and from July to September in Europe, with more than 45 million tons of sweet corn needing to be gathered in a race against time. First come the whole-ear corn harvesters, which glide smoothly down the rows, using sharp cutting systems, either serrated blades or rotating discs, to slice cleanly at the base of the stalks and feed the entire plant into the machine. Inside, counter-rotating rollers take over. They strip away the outer leaves, keep only the quality ears, and move them onto conveyor belts that carry them to holding tanks or directly into waiting trucks. The most advanced sweet corn harvesters today come from companies like John Deere, with models such as the 7700 series harvester, capable of processing up to 20 tons of corn per hour, matching the workload of more than 100 laborers working non-stop. Yet despite these advances in technology, the careful hands of farmers still provide a level of quality that machines cannot replicate. Hand harvesting, though far less efficient, nearly 15 times slower than mechanized methods, preserves the natural freshness and premium quality of each ear, ensuring they arrive at the next stage in perfect condition. Once the golden fields have been cleared and the ears collected with care, the journey shifts away from the sunlit countryside into modern factories, where sweet corn is transformed into the delicious products we enjoy every day. Now, let's set foot in Washington, the apple capital of the United States. In front of you are giant shaker machines weighing up to 10 tons, built specifically for harvesting. There are two common types. The first uses hydraulic arms to grip and shake the tree, making the apples fall to the ground. After the apples are shaken down onto the ground, a windrower moves in, sweeping apples from both sides of the tree row and gathering them into a neat line down the middle. Next, the apple pickup harvester runs along the row, its conveyor positioned close to the ground, with soft rubber fingers rotating like mechanical hands, gently lifts each apple. From there, the fruit moves onto the main conveyor running through the machine, passing under air blowers that remove dry leaves and dirt from the surface before dropping into a large bin or standard wooden pallets, ready to be hauled to storage. This method is fast, capable of harvesting up to 10 to 15 tons of apples per day, but the bruising rate is fairly high, so it is mainly used for juice processing. For this reason, the demand to keep apples intact for premium markets led to the development of an improved shaker machine, equipped with a built-in catching frame. As the tree is shaken, the apples fall onto the catch frame and are transferred directly into storage bins, keeping the fruit unbruised and suitable for fresh export. An apple tree typically takes 4 to 5 years to produce its first harvest, and this difference in harvesting technology reflects the diverse demands of the market. Another type of machine was developed to reduce apple bruising, though it is not as widely adopted as the two mentioned above. The over-the-row apple harvester. Its mechanism uses soft rotary brushes that sweep along the tree canopies, causing the fruit to fall into collection trays before being transferred onto a conveyor running through the machine. From there, the apples are moved into rear storage bins. This process allows the machine to pass between tree rows and harvest continuously. What truly marks a new era in apple harvesting is the arrival of intelligent robotic arms. Gone are the days when dozens of workers had to climb ladders to pick each fruit by hand. Equipped with AI-powered cameras, these robots can locate ripe apples, extend their grippers with precision, and harvest thousands of fruits per day. This is the turning point. Technology not only accelerates the harvest of millions of tons of apples, but also determines the economic value of an entire season. Carrots are typically harvested from September to November, when the roots reach peak crispness and their skins shine with freshness. In major production regions like the Netherlands and Germany, farmers rely not on manual labor, but on specialized harvesters such as the Grimm Evo 280. What makes these machines unique is that they not only pull the carrots from the soil, but also integrate systems to shake off dirt, cut the tops, and pre-sort the crop directly in the field. A single Grimm can replace the work of hundreds of laborers, running day and night while keeping the carrots clean and largely unbroken. From above, thousands of bright orange roots can be seen flowing across the conveyor belts, creating an impressive spectacle of industrial-scale harvesting. Thanks to this technology, Europe brings millions of tons of carrots to market each year, supplying both fresh consumption and industrial processing. But before that, in late summer, the onion fields enter a harvest unlike most other crops. Instead of going straight into bins, a windrower lifts the bulbs and lays them neatly in long rows across the field. There, the onions are left to cure naturally under the sun for 10 to 14 days, allowing the outer skins to dry and toughen, which greatly improves their shelf life. After drying under sun and wind, the onions are gathered by a pickup harvester. Rotating tines gently lift each cured bulb onto the conveyor, where soft brushes and air blowers remove soil and loose skins. Market-grade onions drop into large bins on a parallel running trailer, while off-grade bulbs are separated for processing. Deep plows churn through layers of soil that human hands could hardly reach, showcasing the raw muscle of modern agriculture. With massive blades cutting as deep as 60 to 70 centimeters, they don't just churn over the surface, but also break up the compacted hardpan beneath, the layer that often restricts root growth. Each pass leaves long furrows of loosened, aerated soil that absorb rainwater more effectively and reduce flooding. In Europe and the US, deep plows are commonly used before planting cereals or oilseeds, preparing hundreds of hectares for the season ahead. And if you ever let one loose in your backyard, well, forget digging a foundation. It might just plow it for you. And here we have the shallow plow, a machine far more commonly used than the deep plow. Unlike those massive rigs designed to break into the hardpan, the shallow plow works at depths of just 15 to 25 centimeters, focusing on loosening the topsoil where seeds will be sown. As it moves, the blades not only till the soil, but also mix in crop residues, dry leaves, and organic matter, turning them into a rich humus layer. At the same time, the process helps suppress weeds and eliminate pests left over from the previous season. Thanks to its ability to prepare an ideal seedbed, the shallow plow has become an indispensable tool on most farms, especially before planting rice, corn, or vegetable crops. Giant seed drills often stretch across the fields, with long arms spanning dozens of meters, resembling a massive frame laid over the land. Mounted above is a hopper that can hold several tons of seed, feeding them into small tubes that run along each arm. As the machine moves, each tube drops seeds precisely into pre-marked spots, followed by a mechanism that closes the soil and gently presses it down to ensure firm contact. Models from brands like John Deere or Vaderstad go even further, integrating GPS and sensors to keep rows perfectly straight, control seeding density, and minimize seed loss. This technology not only cuts costs for farmers, but also guarantees high and uniform germination rates. Few images capture American agriculture as vividly as those perfect green circles carved into the desert, marks left by center pivot irrigation systems. Their structure is simple yet ingenious. A pipeline stretching hundreds of meters, mounted on wheeled towers, rotating around a central hub like the hand of a giant clock. As it moves, sprinklers spray water evenly across the field, creating circular patterns so vast they can be seen from space. One pivot system can cover 50 to 130 hectares with just a single central well. Newer models even integrate soil moisture sensors, remote control via smartphones, and water flow optimization down to the square meter. Remarkably, this technology has turned the arid lands of Nebraska and Arizona into fertile fields of corn, peanuts, and soybeans, helping secure America's place as an agricultural superpower. The Jutec tree trimmer is a specialized machine designed for pruning industrial orchards, from apple and orange groves to pine plantations. Its long hydraulic arm, fitted with high-speed rotating saws, can extend over 6 meters to handle even thick branches with ease. As it moves along the rows, the machine neatly trims excess branches, ensuring canopies remain open and uniform. The hydraulic system allows flexible angle adjustments, making it adaptable to different tree types. Instead of dozens of workers climbing ladders with shears and handsaws, a single tree trimmer can prune hectares of orchards in just one day. In Oregon, pine trees are pruned just as efficiently, only with a twist. Instead of cutting individual branches by hand, a circular trimming head moves along the row, enclosing the canopy and shading it evenly like a mold. This way, every tree takes on the perfect conical shape, ready for the Christmas season. Peanut harvesting usually takes place in two stages. The first is the digger shaker, whose underground blades glide just beneath the surface, slicing roots and flipping the whole plant over, almost as if exposing the peanuts that had been hiding underground.
Peanuts up, flip them over in the back. Oh, down right there, just flipped over backwards.
After several days of sun drying, the combine peanut harvester enters for the grand finale. Conveyors gather the plants, pods are separated from the vines, and air blowers clean away every last bit of soil. The firm, full peanuts drop into the storage bin, while the vines are returned to the field as green fertilizer. With the power of mechanization, these machines can handle 5 to 6 tons of peanuts per hour, a pace unimaginable for manual labor. This unique two-step process makes peanut harvesting one of agriculture's most distinctive performances. Sweet corn is a crop that lives fast. Once it reaches the milk stage, it must be harvested immediately. Wait just a single day and half its sweetness is gone. Out in the fields, massive harvesters roll like mobile assembly lines. Hydraulic arms grip the stalks, sharp blades slice cleanly, and golden ears are lifted onto rotating rollers that shake off excess leaves before laying them neatly on the conveyor belt. Within seconds, the process is complete, and in just minutes, refrigerated trailers behind the machines are filled with crisp, fresh corn. In the U.S., nearly 340,000 acres of sweet corn are planted each year, yet more than 90% never reaches the marketplace. Within 8 to 12 hours, the harvest goes straight from the field into canning or freezing lines, locking in that original burst of sweetness. Pistachios, members of the cashew family, can live for over a century, but take about 8 years before producing their first real crop. Around August to September, the harvest begins with pistachio harvesters, hydraulic shakers that clamp the trunk with rubber-padded arms and deliver powerful vibrations for a few seconds, shaking thousands of ripe nuts loose all at once. Beneath the tree, 2 giant catch frames unfold like umbrellas, capturing the falling nuts before folding back and feeding them onto a conveyor. From there, the pistachios are lifted into storage bins, while fans blow away leaves and dust, protecting the soft outer hull from mold. While Iran has long held the crown as the world's top producer, in the U.S. market, almost every pistachio consumed comes from California, a region that has turned this nut into a billion-dollar industry. Did you know that a single sunflower head can hold 1,000 to 1,500 seeds? Even more remarkable, they are arranged in spirals that follow the Fibonacci sequence, one of the most beautiful examples of the golden ratio in nature. But that beauty fades once harvest season arrives. The fields no longer glow yellow, but turn gray-brown, with drooping heads waiting to be gathered. The sunflower harvester rolls in, its sharp prongs guiding the tall stalks into the cutting unit. The dried heads are pulled into the threshing drum, where thousands of seeds are separated in an instant. Leaves and husks scatter in the wind, while glossy black seeds stream down the conveyor, filling the bins behind. In moments, a withered field transforms into a river of living seeds, the beginning of their journey into cooking oil and countless sunflower-based products. For thousands of years, the olive tree has stood as a symbol of peace and prosperity across the Mediterranean. By 2025, global olive production is expected to exceed 23 million tons, harvested from September's green fruit to January's black oil-rich olives. Among them, Spain continues to dominate with more than 8 million tons each year, far surpassing Italy and Greece, thanks to the millions of hectares of olive groves in Andalusia and the region's early adoption of advanced mechanization. To meet this massive demand, traditional hand-picking methods have been replaced by modern harvesting machines. One of the most impressive is the Pellenc Expand R5090, a true technological beast. Its massive yellow catching frame extends up to 10 meters, wrapping around the base of the tree. A powerful hydraulic shaker then vibrates the trunk and branches, sending ripe olives cascading down like rain. The fruits are immediately carried onto conveyors that strip away leaves, remove debris, and transfer clean olives directly into storage bins. With a capacity of 4 to 5 tons per day, this machine replaces the work of dozens of laborers, making it especially effective in large-scale groves across Andalusia, Tuscany, and Crete. However, the next leap forward comes with self-propelled olive harvesters like the New Holland Broad series, designed specifically for super high-density orchards. Instead of shaking each individual trunk, these machines drive directly through densely planted rows, using dual shakers and conveyors on both sides to gently strip away 15 to 20 tons of fruit per day from the canopy. In terms of yield, a modern hectare of olive trees can produce 3 to 5 tons of fruit, equivalent to around 600 to 800 liters of virgin olive oil, depending on the variety and growing conditions. From there, millions of tons of olives are transformed into extra virgin oil, cosmetics, soaps, and even biofuels, fueling an industry worth more than $15 billion annually. Truly, olives remain the liquid gold of the Mediterranean. Delicate and easily bruised zucchini, also known as courgette, is one of the most fragile vegetables to harvest, yet it is considered among the easiest crops to grow in the world. Within just 45 to 60 days after sowing, the plants begin to produce fruit, and throughout the season, farmers must harvest almost daily to keep each zucchini tender, crisp, and at its highest market value. Farmers use small knives to gently cut the stems, taking care not to damage the thin, sensitive skin. Left on the plant for just 1 or 2 extra days, the fruit can grow 3 to 5 centimeters longer, becoming oversized and losing commercial value. Today, the United States, Italy, Spain, and Mexico are among the world's largest zucchini producers. The United States alone harvests over 400,000 tons annually, while the European Union produces more than 1.1 million tons in total. Thanks to its rapid growth, continuous yield, and strong consumer demand, zucchini has become one of the 10 most widely cultivated vegetables worldwide. Today, more than 90 million beehives worldwide produce around 1.8 million tons of honey each year, supplying markets from Asia to Europe and North America. From May to September, the peak harvest season takes place across the Northern Hemisphere, when beekeepers carefully lift heavy honeycombs from their hives to collect nature's liquid gold. Smoke from a traditional bee smoker is used to calm the colonies and reduce the risk of stings. Each frame is then gently removed, often covered with thousands of bees. On average, a single frame can hold 2 to 4 kilograms of honey. The beekeeper must work quickly and precisely, brushing the bees away before placing the frames into sealed transport boxes. Globally, beekeeping is thriving. China leads the industry, producing over 450,000 tons, nearly 25% of the world's honey supply. The United States, Turkey, Argentina, and India also rank among the top producers. In Europe alone, more than 600,000 people are involved in apiculture, not only for honey, but also because of bees' crucial role in crop pollination. Once harvested, the honeycombs are delivered to processing facilities. There, the thin wax cappings are sliced off by hand knives or automatic uncapping machines. The frames are then placed into centrifugal extractors, high-speed spinners that force the honey out of the combs and into collection tanks. On the international market, the honey industry is valued at more than 10 billion USD annually, serving not only food but also pharmaceutical and cosmetic industries. Every drop of honey that reaches consumers represents a journey that is both artisanal and industrial, distilled from the tireless labor of millions of bees. Across the vast fields of Europe and North America, green peas, small, crisp, and sweet, demand a harvesting process timed down to the very hour, as more than 20 million tons must be gathered for the 2025 season. Specialized harvesters like the Oxbow series, equipped with cutting blades, conveyors, and separating fans, can collect up to 8–10 tons of peas per hour. The process runs seamlessly. At the front, blades slice close to the ground, pulling entire plants into the machine. Inside, beaters and airflow separate the peas from their pods, leaving only the vibrant green kernels. On average, each hectare yields 5 to 7 tons of fresh peas, and the harvest window lasts only 2 to 3 short weeks in summer. On the market, these peas are widely used as ingredients for soups, pasta dishes, salads, and stews, as well as in the form of frozen peas and canned peas destined for export. The fruit with a sweet fragrance beloved by more than 1 billion people worldwide is the peach. This year, global production exceeds 25 million tons of peaches and nectarines, with China alone accounting for nearly 70%, making it the undisputed center of the world's peach industry. Harvesting peaches is a process that demands great care. Because of their thin, delicate skin, most peaches are picked by hand. Farmers wear soft fabric gloves, gently twist the stems, and place each fruit into padded baskets to prevent bruising. Peaches are often harvested slightly firm, ensuring they remain fresh during long-distance transport. On average, a mature peach tree can yield 50 to 70 kilograms of fruit per season, while intensive orchards can produce up to 15 to 20 tons per hectare. After harvesting, peaches are quickly taken to packing facilities, washed, sorted by size and ripeness, then packed in trays or cushioned cartons for distribution. Today, peaches are not only a symbol of summer in many countries, but also a key ingredient in the juice, jam, pastry, and canned fruit industries, driving a global market worth billions of dollars each year. Cassava, also known as manioc or tapioca, is the world's third most important food crop, after rice and maize, feeding more than 800 million people every day. After about 8 to 12 months of growth, when the leaves begin to turn yellow, cassava roots are ready for harvest. In many regions, farmers still use hoes or their bare hands to pull up each plant, lifting entire clusters of long tubers from the soil. However, on large-scale farms, tractors and hydraulic lifters are used to uproot whole plants, shake off the soil, and gather them into piles. Immediately after harvesting, cassava must be processed quickly, as its starch content deteriorates rapidly. Most roots are sliced, sun-dried, or mechanically dried to produce tapioca starch, a key ingredient in the food, beverage, confectionery, and ethanol industries. Today, global cassava production exceeds 300 million tons annually, with Nigeria, Thailand, Indonesia, Brazil, and Vietnam among the leading producers, shaping an agricultural industry worth tens of billions of dollars worldwide. Over 2.5 million hectares of green cabbage across the world are entering the peak harvest season, covering vast fields from Europe to Asia. Each year, global production exceeds 70 million tons of cabbage, with China, India, Russia, and Germany leading the way, and accounting for more than 2/3 of the world's total output. Across fields spanning dozens of hectares, modern cabbage harvesters such as Assay Lift and Salmon begin their work. At the front, hydraulic blades slice close to the ground, neatly cutting each cabbage head from its stem. A tilted conveyor lifts the cabbages onto a sorting table, where workers quickly trim outer leaves, cut stems, and load them into crates or trailers. Each machine can harvest 15 to 20 tons of cabbage per hour, dozens of times faster than manual labor. At the processing facilities, cabbages are washed, graded, and shredded for food production lines. A portion is naturally fermented into sauerkraut, the signature pickled cabbage of Germany, Poland, and much of Europe. This year, global cabbage consumption is projected to reach 74.9 million tons, a slight increase from 70 million tons in 2023, continuing the steady growth trend of recent years. The storms of 2025 strike unpredictably, almost impossible to forecast. Leaves droop, many plants lean to one side, and millions of tons of crops lie buried in the mud, yet farmers still rush into the fields. For them, waiting for the sun is not an option. Just one more day of flooding could turn an entire year's work into decay right there in the fields. Under the heavy rain, each farmer bends low, hands scraped and muddy, searching for the fruits still intact. Harvesting in the storm has become a familiar scene in many parts of the world, from Florida and Louisiana in the United States to Bangladesh, the Philippines, and central Vietnam, where weather has grown increasingly erratic due to global climate change. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization, the frequency of extreme rainfall events during harvest seasons has increased by more than 40% over the past decade, causing estimated losses of over 123 billion USDs annually to global agriculture. Standing out as one of the most iconic symbols of autumn, the pumpkin becomes the opening character in our harvest journey. Across the United States, with Illinois holding the title of pumpkin capital, vast golden fields come into season from late September to November, just in time for the excitement of Halloween. Fresh pumpkin harvesters use sharp blades to cut through thick stems, while mechanical arms lift the massive pumpkins from the ground and place them onto conveyor belts. Rotating rollers and brushes remove excess soil before the plump pumpkins are neatly deposited into storage bins at the rear. With a continuous rhythm, thousands of pumpkins are gathered within just a few hours. Unlike fresh pumpkin harvesters, pumpkin seed harvesters have a more specialized design. These machines crush and separate the entire fruit directly in the field, sorting out the seeds through screening systems, while the rind and flesh are discharged back onto the soil as organic fertilizer. By combining these two technologies, American farmers not only meet the enormous demand for fresh pumpkins in holiday markets and food production, but also maximize economic value from the seeds, driving annual yields to more than 680,000 metric tons. Farewell to the diligent farmers across the fields of Illinois. Now let us journey to Wisconsin and Massachusetts, where every September, farmers harvest their rewards, glistening like crimson jewels upon the water. Unlike pumpkins, cranberries are harvested using a unique method known as wet harvesting. When the season arrives, farmers flood the bogs with water, then deploy special machines called water reels or egg beaters to stir the vines and loosen the berries. Thanks to tiny air pockets inside, cranberries rise and float, creating a spectacular sight. Thousands of bright red berries drifting like a floating carpet across the water's surface. Next comes the conveyor harvester, a modern harvesting machine that drives directly through the flooded bog. At the front, steel tines sweep the floating berries into the intake, while rotating conveyors lift them up, drain the water, and deposit them straight into boats or bins along the bog's edge. This method accelerates collection, reduces the need for manual boom corralling, and minimizes damage, making it ideal for large-scale cranberry farms in the US and Canada. Much like the bison roaming the Great Plains, the sight of flooded bogs shimmering with cranberries has become an enduring symbol of North America, a living image that captures both its natural abundance and cultural identity. Another approach that is becoming increasingly widespread is the conveyor harvester, which demands an investment of $250,000 to $400,000, but delivers far greater efficiency. At the front, steel tines sweep the floating berries toward the intake, where rotating conveyors lift them up, drain away the excess water, and deposit them directly into waiting boats or bins along the bog's edge. Each year, harvesting 700,000 tons of cranberries can require millions of liters of water, but Ocean Spray, the largest farmer-owned cooperative in the United States, emphasizes that much of this water is reused throughout the season, while accounting for nearly 70% of the nation's production. Brussels sprouts grow in tall, sturdy stalks that can reach up to a meter in height, with dozens of compact green buds tightly clustered along the stem, making their harvest a task that requires both precision and specialized machinery. From September to March each year, the Brussels sprout fields in Flanders, the agricultural heart of Belgium, enter their harvest season. Farmers rely on specialized machines such as trailed Brussels sprout harvesters and self-propelled Brussels sprout harvesters. Inside, 6 rapidly rotating blades spin like a giant pencil sharpener, trimming each compact sprout and pushing the stalk forward. Every 6 seconds, one plant is fully processed. The Brussels sprouts are then cleaned by fans and filters before falling into the collection hopper. Thanks to scientific farming methods and highly efficient mechanization, Belgian farmers harvest more than 156 million pounds of Brussels sprouts each year, surpassing other countries such as the Netherlands, Germany, and the United Kingdom. The sweet potato harvest season in the United States usually begins in September and lasts until November. In North Carolina, the state that produces the most sweet potatoes in the country, massive Lockwood sweet potato harvesters operate continuously across thousands of hectares. Beneath a nearly 6-meter-long steel frame, a system of spade-shaped digging blades penetrates 35 to 40 centimeters into the soil, gently lifting entire rows of sweet potatoes instead of churning them up. This approach minimizes mechanical impact, preserving the smooth skin and natural shape of each tuber. Next, a rubber conveyor chain system runs in sequence, catching the soil and potato mix, shaking off excess mud, and transferring the clean potatoes onto the upper belt. Within seconds, the soil is sifted away, and the potatoes are pre-sorted before being loaded directly into the storage bins at the rear. A single Lockwood harvester can cover 10 to 12 hectares per day, performing the work of more than 150 laborers, while maintaining over 90% of the potatoes intact. a testament to the precision and efficiency of modern American agricultural machinery. Kale, one of the winter season's true superfoods, is harvested in two completely different ways. On small farms, workers use both hands to strip the leaves downward from the top of the stem, carefully selecting the fresh, curly green ones while leaving behind the tough, older leaves. The harvested leaves are gathered into crates mounted on slow-moving tractors. This gentle manual method keeps the surface of the leaves intact, minimizing bruising and moisture loss, a crucial factor when the kale is graded under the U.S. #1 standard, which requires the leaves to be well-trimmed, unwilted, free from yellowing, and undamaged before being shipped to supermarkets or processed as fresh leaf kale. The second method is mechanized kale harvesting, where humans serve only as operators. Machines like the Ploger MKB4TR use high-speed rotating cutter bars that skim the soil surface, stripping all kale leaves in a single pass. Immediately after, dual intake rollers draw the leaves into a cutting chamber, where spinning blades chop them into uniform pieces before a 5-meter inclined conveyor lifts and blows the chopped kale into a trailer running alongside. Both vehicles are GPS synchronized, their speed, direction, and feed rhythm matched to the second for continuous, loss-free operation. Unlike hand-picked whole-leaf kale destined for supermarket shelves, mechanically harvested kale is intended for industrial processing. After collection, the leaves are washed, blanched, and individually quick-frozen (IQF) to become chopped frozen kale, a key ingredient in soups, smoothies, pizza toppings, and ready-to-eat frozen meals exported across Europe. Goodbye to cold Europe. We now head toward the blazing equatorial sun, to the endless pineapple fields of Costa Rica, where the fruit thrives all year round. Under the scorching tropical heat, hundreds of farmers bend between the sharp-leafed rows, carrying keranjang, traditional wicker baskets that can weigh up to 50 kilograms each. Every step is a challenge, as the pineapple leaves are razor-sharp and can slice through skin with just a moment's distraction. Even in this age of automation, pineapples must still be harvested by hand, slow, laborious, yet meticulous. And it is precisely that human care that keeps each fruit perfectly shaped, golden, and fragrant by the time it reaches consumers around the world. If there is one true innovation in pineapple harvesting, it would be these moving conveyor belts stretching across the fields. A large truck moves in sync with a steel frame nearly 30 meters long, fitted with continuously running rubber belts. Farmers simply twist the pineapples off the stalks and place them directly onto the belt gliding past, instead of carrying heavy sacks on their shoulders like before. Each pineapple is then transported straight into the truck's collection bins, minimizing bruising and damage. The system can handle 200 to 300 fruits per minute, saving labor, boosting efficiency, and preserving the flawless appearance essential for export-quality pineapples. Though still partly manual, this is considered the most advanced form of pineapple harvesting today, where human precision and mechanical rhythm work together to form a living assembly line across the tropical fields. The walnut harvest begins when the outer green husk naturally splits open, revealing nuts that have reached perfect dryness. In California, which produces over 99% of America's walnuts, hundreds of tree shakers roar to life across vast orchards. Each hydraulic arm grips the trunk tightly and delivers up to 3,000 pounds of shaking force, enough to drop nearly all the nuts in under 10 seconds. The orchard fills with a steady rattle, like a rainstorm of falling shells. Moments later, sweepers and harvesters move in, clearing dry leaves and lining the fallen nuts into neat rows. The golden brown walnuts are then vacuumed onto conveyors and sent straight to drying facilities, preserving their rich flavor and crisp texture. In just a few minutes, a tree heavy with fruit is completely released, a striking display of precision, power, and efficiency in modern mechanized agriculture. Along the shores of Lake Michigan, as a thin layer of morning mist still blankets the fields, hundreds of farmers set their low harvesting carts in motion, rolling slowly between perfectly straight rows of green asparagus. Moving at barely 0.5 kilometers per hour, the carts allow workers to carefully cut each spear as it emerges from the soil. Unlike white asparagus in Europe, which grows hidden beneath sand, Michigan's asparagus rises proudly under the sun, harvested when the stems reach 18 to 22 centimeters, the ideal length for a tender, crisp, and sweet texture. Each spear, once cut, is gently placed into plastic trays at the back of the cart and transported directly to processing facilities within 4 hours, before it loses its freshness and natural sugars. Today, Gerbera daisies are harvested by the Octinian Rubion robot, an automated picking arm often described as the most delicate worker in the greenhouse. Its slender mechanical arms, equipped with vision sensors and 3D cameras, scan along each row to identify flowers that have reached the perfect bloom, typically 70 to 80% open petals. The robot then lowers its soft silicone gripper, gently twists, and pulls the entire stem from the base without bending or bruising it. Operating at a pace of 1 flower per second, it works up to 5 times faster than a human picker. Each flower is neatly placed into transport trays and sent straight to an automated packaging station, where precision scanners measure length, diameter, and color to ensure every Gerbera meets export standards. Thanks to this technology, every bloom that leaves the greenhouse remains flawless and vibrant, ready to supply the United States' massive $2 billion a year festival and floral market. In the mountainous farms of Oregon, where steep terrain, muddy slopes, and transport distances spanning dozens of kilometers make trucks nearly useless, light transport helicopters have become the true heroes of the Christmas tree harvest. Using a technique known as vertical reference flying, pilots look straight down through a floor window, maneuvering with centimeter-level precision as they lower cables and hook up each bundle of trees. With over 1,000 flights per day, these helicopters can move thousands of trees from the hillsides to collection points within just a few hours, without a single ground vehicle required. This method not only shortens the harvest time from several weeks to just a few days, but also greatly reduces environmental impact, cutting soil erosion and lowering fuel consumption by up to 60% compared to ground transport. Once delivered to the collection sites, each tree is rewrapped by high-speed spinning net machines. The flexible nylon mesh keeps every branch in place, preserving the perfect shape and freshness of the trees for their long journey toward markets across the United States. Cashew nuts are among the most valuable and sought-after nuts during year-end celebrations. When the ripe red cashew apples fall and cover the ground, farmers collect each fruit by hand, then skillfully extract the nut using a simple wooden post and cord, looping the shell between the supports and processing each one with a careful precision. What seems like a simple task is in fact the greatest obstacle to mechanization. The shell of the cashew nut contains anacardic acid oil, a highly corrosive substance. Even the smallest crack can cause the oil to leak out, burning the skin and spoiling entire batches of nuts. For this reason, human hands remain the most delicate and reliable tool in the entire cashew harvest, capable of performing with the care that no machine has yet been able to match, even in harvests that yield several tons. Across the vast fields of Wisconsin, where rows of red cabbage have tightly curled after 3 months of growth, semi-automatic record harvesters roar to life. At the front, a pair of hydraulic gripping arms clasp the stems firmly and lift each plant cleanly from the soil, leaving behind neat brown furrows stretching across the field. As the stalks rise from the ground, a rotating disc blade drops down to slice off the roots just a few centimeters below the base. The cabbages are then guided onto an angled conveyor, passing through a gentle shaking system that removes soil and outer leaves. On both sides of the belt, workers fine-tune each head, trimming excess leaves before dropping them into a loading chute connected to a trailer moving alongside. From these very fields, hundreds of containers of American red cabbage make their way to markets for the festive season, destined for fresh salads, creamy coleslaw, and the signature pickled red cabbage that brightens Christmas tables across the United States. Golden canola seeds are harvested by massive combine harvesters, the golden giants of North American and Canadian agriculture. When the stems turn brown and the pods begin to rattle, the machines roll slowly across the endless fields, where millions of mustard yellow plants sway under the wind. At the front, a sickle bar cutter slices cleanly near the ground, feeding the plants into a rotary threshing drum. Inside, the rotor spins thousands of times per minute, shaking loose the tiny seeds while a stream of air separates out the husks and stalks, leaving behind only the smooth, golden grains. These seeds, barely 2 millimeters in diameter, are carried up by a conveyor into a 10 to 12-ton holding tank atop the machine. Each harvester can cover more than 25 hectares per hour, collecting hundreds of thousands of seeds in every rotation. And it's these tiny grains that go on to produce canola oil, one of the world's healthiest and most widely used cooking oils. Our first stop takes us to California, the largest vegetable basket in the United States, where vast fields of red cabbage are entering peak season. These gigantic harvesters are the driving force behind hundreds of thousands of tons of cabbage each year. With a specially designed clamping head, the machines gently lift each cabbage from the soil and place it directly onto a conveyor belt. There, rollers and vibrating screens remove excess soil and old leaves, leaving only firm, uniform heads. Immediately afterward, the cabbages are transferred to the main conveyor and dropped straight into large wooden crates or accompanying trucks, ready to leave the field. With a capacity of 5 to 7 tons per hour, many times greater than manual labor, these steel giants help farmers save time, cut costs, and ensure that massive volumes of red cabbage reach the market in time during the short harvest season. In September, the vast potato fields of Idaho, the potato capital of the United States, turn into battlefields for giant harvesting machines. As these steel beasts move into the fields, their digging blades and steel lifting wheels gently cut through the soil ridges, raising entire potato plants without bruising the tubers. Next, a system of vibrating conveyors and rollers continuously sift and separate soil, stones, and foliage, leaving only clean, intact potatoes. The selected tubers are then transferred onto the main conveyor and dropped directly into accompanying trucks, ready to be transported to cold storage. To own one of the latest potato harvesters, farmers must invest between $250,000 and $500,000. Hefty price, but one that pays off with superior productivity of 15 to 30 tons per hour, reduced labor costs, and consistent harvest quality on an industrial scale. But before millions of tons of potatoes can be harvested, the true groundbreaker of modern agriculture, the heavy disc harrow, plays its indispensable role in preparing the soil. When pulled by a high-horsepower tractor, dozens of massive steel discs arranged in offset rows begin to spin, tilling the entire surface of the field. With each rotation, they not only chop up straw and weeds, but also break through the hardened soil beneath, mixing crop residues into the earth to enhance its natural fertility. Behind them, a heavy roller smooths the surface, transforming dry, compacted ground into a loose, level, and nutrient-rich layer, perfect for planting or for the next stage of mechanized farming. With working widths spanning dozens of meters and a processing speed many times faster than traditional methods, the heavy disc harrow is seen as the silent pathfinder, whose role ultimately determines the success of an entire harvest. Across the vast peat fields of Finland and northern Europe during the damp rainy season, the screw trencher appears as agriculture's silent drainage worker. Its massive auger drills deep into the soil, flinging wet earth to both sides and carving straight trenches in a single pass, keeping fields dry, loose, and protecting root crops prone to rot, such as potatoes, carrots, and sugar beets. With the ability to cut several kilometers of trenches each day, this machine has transformed waterlogged land into fertile fields, paving the way for bountiful harvests. The modern turf rolling machine is the true craftsman behind the lush green rolls of grass used for football fields, golf courses, and urban landscapes. Its sharp cutting blades slice through the turf along with a thin layer of soil, while a conveyor immediately feeds it into the rolling unit, where rotating shafts neatly wind it into tight, carpet-like rolls. In the past, this task required dozens of workers, but today a single machine can handle several hectares in a short time, making it an indispensable tool in the industrial turf industry across the United States, Europe, and Australia. Back in the vineyards stretching across Bordeaux, Tuscany, and California's Napa Valley, modern grape harvesters are setting their signature rhythm into motion. Instead of dozens of workers stooping to cut each cluster by hand, these towering machines envelop entire rows of vines and activate their flexible shaking rods. Each precise vibration causes ripe grape bunches to drop all at once, while the branches remain intact, minimizing damage. Immediately afterward, gentle conveyors catch the fallen grapes and carry them through powerful fans that remove excess leaves and dust, leaving only plump, juicy fruit. With just a single pass, entire rows spanning tens of meters are neatly harvested, many times faster than manual labor. Finally, the grapes are emptied into specialized trucks, ready to head straight to the winery for their journey toward becoming fine wines enjoyed on tables around the world. The Oxbow citrus harvester is currently the leading choice on the market, especially in Florida's high-density orange groves, which supply over 70% of the nation's oranges. Unlike older models that relied on trunk-shaking mechanisms, the Oxbow operates with a modern drive-through system. The machine moves between two rows of trees, where rotating spiral shafts on both sides brush vigorously against the canopy, causing ripe oranges to fall en masse. Immediately, collection pans and conveyors beneath catch all the fruit, then channel them through strong airflows to remove leaves and twigs. The selected oranges are transferred directly into large onboard bins or unloaded straight into accompanying trucks. This season, the lush spinach fields are entering peak harvest. While it might seem that such delicate leafy greens could only be hand-picked to avoid damage, specialized machines have proven otherwise. Before you is a massive spinach harvester gliding smoothly across the rows. Its rotary cutting blades operate just a few centimeters above the ground, swiftly trimming entire mats of spinach in an instant. Immediately afterward, a suction system and rear holding bin collect the tender leaves, arranging them into neat layers before unloading directly into trucks running alongside the field. In some advanced models, mesh bins equipped with light compression mechanisms press the spinach into compact square blocks, saving transport space while helping the leaves retain their crisp freshness throughout the journey to processing plants or cold storage. Despite variations in design, all share the same advantage: reducing harvest time to just a few hours for fields spanning dozens of hectares, dramatically cutting labor costs, and most importantly, preserving the tender, clean spinach leaves that are ready to supply the global market. On the brittle, sun-baked soils of California, giant onion harvesters roar into action, turning parched golden fields into open-air production lines. At first glance, these machines resemble potato harvesters, with blades that lift the bulbs from the earth. But unlike potatoes, the onions are neatly laid out in long rows behind the machine, left to cure directly in the field for 7 to 14 days. Once their papery skins have dried to the ideal 80 to 90%, specialized trucks equipped with conveyors sweep in to gather them, transporting the crop to colossal storage facilities. These state-of-the-art warehouses, fitted with advanced ventilation and humidity controls, can hold tens of thousands of tons from a single harvest. Thanks to these steel warriors, a once backbreaking task has been transformed into a breathtaking display of mechanical precision, delivering onions straight from the soil to the global supply chain. Lettuce harvesters are engineered to handle massive volumes while preserving the crisp freshness of every head. At the front, a row of cutting blades sweeps across the field, slicing each plant just a few centimeters above the ground with pinpoint precision. Immediately, soft rubber conveyors lift the lettuce onto the line, where fans and rollers strip away soil, grit, and outer leaves. The cleaned heads then move to an onboard sorting station, where workers quickly inspect, grade, and place them directly into crates, ensuring that the lettuce travels from field to box in a single seamless motion. The latest generation of almond harvesters introduces a striking U-shaped design, large enough to encircle an entire tree in a single pass. Perfectly suited for California's neatly planted orchards with uniform canopies, this machine glides down the rows, shaking the tree while its internal catching frames collect the falling almonds. From there, conveyors move the nuts either into tidy windrows or directly into onboard storage. The result: harvests completed many times faster than hand-picking, with minimal nut loss. Another widely used method across California relies on powerful tree shakers. These machines clamp tightly around the trunk and deliver intense vibrations, triggering a dramatic rainfall of almonds within seconds. Once the ground is carpeted with nuts, sweepers gather them into rows, and pickup machines follow to clean and separate debris. Some of the latest models even integrate hoppers or mobile conveyors, allowing them to shake and collect at the same time, streamlining the process and maximizing efficiency. Every year, more than 40 million tons of carrots are harvested worldwide to meet the massive demand for this nutrient-rich crop. Instead of relying on labor-intensive hand-pulling, modern carrot harvesters can uproot, clean, and collect carrots in a single pass. The process begins with non-slip rubber clamps that grip the leafy tops and pull the carrots smoothly from the soil. Immediately, a set of high-speed circular blades slices off the greens, sending the tops onto a side conveyor to be dropped back into the field. Meanwhile, the carrots travel across spiked cleaning belts that shake off soil and fine roots. Finally, a long main conveyor, stretching up to 5 to 8 meters, delivers the cleaned carrots directly into the bins of a parallel trailer, ensuring a gentle drop that minimizes breakage. With this system, a single machine can harvest 60 to 80 tons of carrots per hour, 20 to 30 times faster than manual labor, while keeping crop damage to an absolute minimum. This colossal fleet is the driving force behind nearly 300 million tons of sugar beets harvested each year. Across vast fields spanning thousands of hectares in Europe and the US, giants like Ropa, Homer, and Vervaet, towering 4 meters high and stretching over 15 meters long, work like mobile factories right in the middle of the farmland. As the machine advances, high-speed front-mounted knives shear off the leafy tops. Immediately after, disc wheels or lifting rollers dive into the soil, gently raising the bulky roots from the heavy earth. The beets then ride up vibrating conveyors and rotating rollers that shake off soil, stones, and excess roots. From there, the cleaned beets flow through multiple conveyor stages before filling an onboard tank with a massive capacity of 30 to 40 tons. Thanks to this system, a single harvester can clear more than a hectare in under 30 minutes. Hundreds of tons in a single day, far beyond human labor, making these machines the backbone of the modern sugar industry. Once full, the harvester's long unloading conveyor transfers the crop into waiting trucks or onto massive field-side piles, ready for transport to the sugar mills. In November, the peat fields of Wisconsin and Massachusetts burst into a fiery red, signaling the start of cranberry harvest season. Everything begins with what seems like a simple yet crucial ritual: flooding the bogs. As the water level rises to about 20 centimeters, a fleet of egg beater machines rolls in. Their 2-meter-long steel paddles churn the water into powerful whirlpools, dislodging millions of ripe berries from their vines without damaging the plants. Each cranberry contains 4 tiny air chambers, the secret that allows them to float like little red gems. Within just a few hours, the entire bog transforms into a dazzling crimson sea. Specialized tractors then deploy floating booms to corral the massive cluster of berries into one corner of the pond, a key step that not only speeds up collection, but also minimizes fruit loss, ensuring every cranberry is recovered. Once the floating mass is gathered, powerful vacuum pumps come alive. Giant suction hoses swallow waves of gleaming red cranberries, lifting them onto stainless steel conveyors for washing, draining, and sorting before they flow directly into refrigerated trucks waiting at the edge of the bog. Each harvest season, a single farm can collect over 200 tons of cranberries in just a few days. With the help of mechanical marvels that turn tranquil wetlands into a spectacular crimson wonder of North American agriculture. These Pleger pea viners are the true giants, the ultimate masters of the industrial green pea world. Standing over 4 meters tall and stretching nearly 12 meters long, they operate like advanced mobile factories across the fields. In just 1 hour, a single giant can sweep through nearly 10 hectares, harvesting tens of tons of fresh peas, an efficiency that hundreds of manual laborers could hardly match. Yet, sheer power alone doesn't define the Pleger's true class. What sets it apart is its near-perfect mechanical sophistication. At the front, the low-cutting header gently taps the pea plants, lifting each cluster without bruising the pods. Immediately afterward, a spiral conveyor draws the entire plant into the vining drum, where rotating cylinders and vibrating sieves work in harmony, strong enough to separate the peas, yet delicate enough to keep each tender green pearl intact and glossy. Inside the machine's body, streams of compressed air and circulating wind remove leaves, stems, and husks, leaving behind only the plump, vibrant peas that tumble into a massive rear hopper. Once full, a hydraulic arm swings out to unload the peas directly into an accompanying truck, allowing the entire operation to run continuously without a single pause. Thanks to these colossal harvesters, the Netherlands leads Europe in industrial pea production, accounting for over 30% of the region's total, reaffirming its status as one of the world's most advanced agricultural powerhouses. On traditional strawberry farms, the rhythm of harvest unfolds slowly yet precisely, guided by the skilled hands of experienced pickers. Hand-picking ensures that each berry is harvested at its perfect ripeness, with its green stem intact, skin glossy, and natural fragrance preserved. Among rows of lush green leaves, farmers gently lift each strawberry, give it a slight twist, and pluck it from the stem, a motion that seems simple but demands absolute finesse. Once a basket is full, the fruit is immediately taken to a cooling station, racing against time to lock in its freshness and sweetness. But inside high-tech greenhouses, autonomous robotic arms are gradually replacing human hands, marking the pinnacle of modern agriculture. Equipped with multispectral AI cameras and 3D sensors, these robots can detect ripeness by analyzing the hue of red and surface gloss, then command soft grippers to gently pick each berry and place it carefully into collection trays. Despite the steep investment, over $300,000 for a complete robotic system, these machines represent a bold leap forward, bringing agriculture ever closer to an era of intelligent and fully automated farming. This John Deere tractor is carving perfect furrows into the arid soils of Arizona with a massive 16-meter wide industrial bed, equipped with GPS guidance and auto-track automation, accurate to within just 2 centimeters. With each pass, more than 30 steel plow blades drop simultaneously, tilling, turning, and shaping the soil into perfectly even raised beds, an ideal foundation for crops like potatoes, onions, carrots, melons, and peanuts. In just 1 hour, this powerhouse can form over 15,000 furrows across more than 20 hectares, saving over 80% of the time and fuel compared to traditional methods, a clear testament to the power of mechanization in modern desert agriculture. The rocky, uneven lands that once took farmers weeks to clear by hand have now been completely conquered by the power of industrial rock pickers. With their dual helix tines and hydraulic collection conveyors, these machines act like massive mobile filters moving across the fields. As they advance, dozens of rotating tines dig deep into the soil, digging, rolling, and sifting each layer to separate rocks from earth in a single pass. Stones ranging from 5 to 60 centimeters are gathered by the spiral scoop, then gently carried up a hydraulic conveyor into the rear hopper, where they are compacted and dumped into trucks within seconds. Widely used in Canada, the US, and several European countries, these machines represent the quiet yet crucial first step of every growing season, laying the perfect foundation for the first green shoots to rise from soil that's clean, level, and flawless down to the last centimeter. Not as massive as potato planters or grain harvesters, rice transplanters are compact machines built for precision. Equipped with floating crawler tracks and specialized anti-sinking systems, they're perfectly adapted to the muddy, waterlogged terrain of paddy fields. As the machine moves forward, its synchronized mechanical arms work in perfect rhythm, each motion separating a small cluster of seedlings and planting it into the soil at 30-centimeter intervals, creating perfectly aligned rows of rice. Each transplanter can replace over 30 manual laborers, covering 1 hectare of field in under an hour, 10 times faster than hand transplanting, while boosting yields by 20 to 30% thanks to uniform spacing and precise planting depth. And when harvest season arrives, that mechanical rhythm continues, now stronger and more decisive, with the arrival of the mighty combine harvesters. Across Japan's rice fields, compact Kubota combine harvesters weave through narrow paddies, their floating tracks gliding over the mud without leaving deep marks. At the front, high-speed cutting blades shear the rice stalks close to the ground, feeding them into the rotating threshing chamber, where fans and vibrating sieves separate the grains from the straw. The chopped straw is then evenly spread back over the field, serving as both mulch to retain moisture and natural fertilizer for the next crop. Operating on the same principle but with far greater capacity, machines like the John Deere S-Series, Class Lexion, and New Holland CR Revelation stand as symbols of agricultural power in the US, Europe, and Australia. Each of these giants, over 4 meters tall and nearly 12 meters long, can process up to 50 tons of rice per hour, working tirelessly day and night with near-perfect precision. Thanks to these mechanical marvels, the global rice industry now produces over 750 million tons each year, feeding more than half of the world's population. In California's garlic fields this October, the air buzzes with the roar of colossal self-propelled harvesters, tirelessly turning over the sun-baked soil. At the front, a V-shaped digger blade cuts deep into the earth, lifting each bulb to the surface, while vibrating conveyors and centrifugal fans work in harmony to remove soil, roots, and dried leaves. With every pass, tons of garlic are gathered and poured directly into waiting trucks, turning the harvest into a symphony of steel. Powerful, precise, and commanding. Yet amid this mechanical rhythm, small organic farms still quietly endure in the valleys of Gilroy. There, each clove of garlic is still hand-pulled, gently brushed clean, and neatly laid out to dry under the sun, not only to preserve its natural flavor, but also as a humble tribute to the land that has nourished generations of farmers. Gliding across fields blanketed in delicate white chamomile blooms is a specialized harvesting machine, the chamomile harvester, designed specifically for this fragile yet precious plant. Unlike most herbs, chamomile cannot be harvested with rough cutting blades, as even slight pressure can bruise the flowers and cause essential oil loss. Instead, the machine is equipped with a low-speed rotating drum lined with hundreds of soft rubber fingers that gently comb and separate the blossoms from their stems without damaging the petals. At the rear, a vacuum system immediately transfers the freshly picked flowers into a sealed collection chamber, where cool air, maintained below 20 degrees Celsius, preserves their natural essential oil content, the key factor that determines chamomile's value in the herbal tea, cosmetics, and premium pharmaceutical industries. Once the hopper is full, the flowers are unloaded into transport trucks and taken directly to cold drying and oil extraction facilities. Each year, over 70,000 tons of chamomile flowers are harvested across Europe and North Africa, thanks largely to these precision mechanized systems that elevate each tiny bloom into part of a billion-dollar industry. This season marks the peak harvest for hard-shelled squash varieties like kabocha and butternut. Specialized harvesters equipped with hydraulic lifting arms, stem-cutting blades, and steel spiral conveyors can gather and load tons of squash in a single pass. Their tough rinds make them highly impact-resistant, allowing the machines to cut, roll, and load the fruits directly into transport bins, replacing dozens of workers and reducing harvest time to just 1/10 of traditional methods. In contrast, yellow squash, one of North America's culinary icons, especially in Florida, demands the delicate touch of human hands. Its thin, tender skin is so fragile that even the slightest scratch can diminish its market value. Farmers must move carefully through dense rows of leaves using sharp knives to cut the stems, lifting each fruit gently with both hands, and placing it into foam-lined baskets. Once the baskets are full, they're quickly sent to washing, sorting, and cooling stations. The entire process completed within a few hours to preserve the squash's sweetness and vibrant color. In November, as Belgium's chicory fields turn a pale golden hue, fleets of specialized harvesters roar to life, signaling the beginning of one of Europe's most precise examples of agricultural mechanization. Unlike standard carrot harvesters, chicory root harvesters are intricate mechanical systems engineered specifically for this delicate, high-value crop, with its long, fragile roots. At the front, a high-speed rotary leaf-cutting drum neatly trims away the tops in a single pass, clearing the path while keeping the neck of each root perfectly intact. Immediately after, a pair of V-shaped steel blades slides about 30 centimeters deep into the soil, slicing gently along both sides of the root and lifting the soil bed in preparation for the hydraulic gripping system. Soft synthetic rubber clamps then delicately grasp each root and pull it straight upward, a seemingly simple motion that's nearly impossible to achieve by hand without breaking the root. Behind them, a series of cushioned rubber conveyors receives and cleans the harvest, shaking off soil through vibrating sieves before carrying the roots into the storage hopper. The entire process, from cutting and lifting to collecting, runs seamlessly, guided by GPS and depth sensors that ensure near-perfect precision at every step. In the past, farmers had to carry baskets, bend their backs to lift each melon weighing over 2 kilograms, and haul them across long rows under the blazing sun, a grueling task that drained their strength and often left the fruit scratched before it even reached the truck. Today, they have the help of mobile harvesting conveyors, a smart mechanical arm designed specifically for melons. The belts are made of soft rubber, allowing workers to gently toss the fruit onto them without damaging the rind. One end of the conveyor lies close to the ground to receive the melons, while the other end rises to deliver them directly into the truck bed. 2 conveyors operate side by side, moving slowly between the rows. Around 20 workers coordinate seamlessly along the system, forming an open-air assembly line, pickers, placers, and loaders working in perfect rhythm. The conveyor doesn't replace human hands, but it reduces over 70% of the heavy lifting, cuts harvest time in half, and ensures every melon remains intact and gleaming under the golden sun of the season. Every year, from June to early August, the peach orchards of California and South Carolina, the 2 largest peach-producing regions in the United States, enter their most vibrant season of the year. When the trees are covered in shades of pink and orange, hundreds of workers spread out across the orchards, carrying soft fabric baskets to pick each fruit by hand. Each peach weighs about 150 to 200 grams and bruises easily, so the entire harvest must be done manually. Pickers gently twist the stem between their thumb and forefinger, checking the fruit's ripeness by its color and fragrance before carefully placing it into the basket. Once harvested, The peaches are taken to cooling stations within less than 4 hours to preserve their crisp texture and signature aroma. In California alone, more than 250,000 tons of fresh peaches are harvested every year, most for domestic consumption, an enduring symbol of the American summer, where the sweet scent of peaches evokes the warmth of long, golden days. The John Deere combine harvesters are considered the backbone of American mechanized agriculture. Powerful, multi-purpose machines capable of harvesting everything from wheat, corn, and soybeans to sorghum, simply by changing the front header attachment. When the sorghum fields of America's Midwest turn a deep crimson red, these giant combines begin to roll. At the front, a 10-meter wide cutting header glides just above the ground, feeding the entire stalk into the processing chamber, where high-speed rotors and strong airflows separate the grain from the stalk before lifting it into the grain tank above. This front section, known as the header, is built as a modular unit that can be swapped depending on the crop. For corn, the header uses deep row grabbers designed to pull and cut tough stalks. For sorghum or wheat, it's replaced with a draper header, a flat cutting platform with a moving belt that smoothly feeds each stalk into the threshing system with precision. Sorghum may not be a common sight on the dinner table, but it's one of the most resilient and vital crops on Earth. Grown widely across Kansas, Texas, and Oklahoma, it thrives in dry, scorching lands where few other plants can survive. In your kitchen, spring onions are a familiar ingredient. But have you ever wondered how they're harvested across fields that stretch for dozens of hectares? Let's visit Denmark, the birthplace of Asa Lift, the pioneer of Europe's vegetable harvesting technology. At the front, a thin steel blade slices just below the roots, while rubber rollers gently grip the stalks and lift them from the soil. Next, an angled conveyor belt carries the onions upward, where soft rotating brushes remove dirt before neatly stacking them into crates. In just 5 minutes, a single machine can harvest over 600 meters of onion rows, up to 20 times faster than manual labor, while keeping every stalk straight, clean, and perfectly intact, ready for its journey to your local supermarket. During the bright summer months in Florida and Mexico, mango orchards reach their harvest peak when millions of golden fruits ripen at once, filling the air with their fragrance. Hand-picking remains the preferred and almost indispensable method, since each mango variety ripens differently and has a unique skin texture. Pickers must observe the color, feel the firmness, and check the stem to determine the perfect time to harvest. Low-hanging fruits are picked directly, while those high above are reached using hydraulic lifting baskets, compact in appearance but capable of extending up to 8 to 10 meters high. The platform is controlled by a small panel on the handrail, allowing pickers to raise, lower, or rotate the lift with just a few simple moves. This system boosts productivity up to 5 times compared to ladders, ensures worker safety, and protects branches from damage. After harvesting, mangoes are rinsed under gentle water jets or immersed in circulating wash tanks to remove sap and dust, then dried, sorted, and cold-packed for export. Every year, Mexico, the largest mango exporter in the Americas, supplies over 2 million tons of fresh mangoes to global markets, most of them still picked carefully by hand from orchards like these. The tree shaker is the secret weapon of America's plum orchards. Its steel arm clamps tightly around the trunk, then shakes it powerfully for a few seconds, at a frequency of up to 400 vibrations per second. causing thousands of ripe plums to rain down onto large catching tarps without damaging branches or unripe fruit. In just a few short seconds, a tree is completely harvested. From the tarps, the plums are moved directly onto conveyor belts, passing through cleaning, sorting, and packing stations right in the field. Each shaker can harvest up to 60 tons of plums per day, operating tirelessly under the summer sun. Alongside the trunk-shaking tree shakers, American farmers also use another type of machine designed for low, narrow canopy plum orchards: the canopy shaker. Its two symmetrical rotor arms vibrate at a frequency of 6 to 10 Hz, sending oscillations directly through the canopy to shake off ripe fruit without breaking branches. Beneath the trees, a closed system of catching tarps and conveyors collects the falling plums, separates leaves and debris, and transfers the clean fruit straight into storage bins. Leaving behind America and Europe, we arrive in South Korea, where the lowering of pond temperatures below 10 degrees Celsius marks the beginning of the lotus root harvest season. Harvesters wear full-body waterproof suits, thick rubber gloves, and use broad, blunt-tipped knives, tools that allow them to cut and separate rhizomes without cracking their delicate skin. Hidden beneath a thick layer of mud, each lotus stem contains 3 to 6 connected root segments, crisp, starchy, yet so fragile that even a slight touch can cause them to split. Instead of digging with shovels, farmers use high-pressure water jets to loosen the soil and gently release the roots without any mechanical impact. Once freed, the roots float to the surface, where workers gather them into wooden boats, then lift them ashore with small cranes. The process must be quick. Within just 2 to 3 hours of air exposure, the roots begin to oxidize and turn brown. Thanks to this delicate and precise technique, South Korea exports over $100 million USD worth of lotus roots each year, turning a plant born from the mud into a high-value agricultural product on the global market. When aloe vera leaves reach full maturity, about 8 to 12 months old and nearly 80 centimeters long, farmers begin harvesting. Using sharp knives, they cut each leaf close to the base, then tilt the cut end downward to drain the yellow sap containing aloin, a bitter compound that can ruin an entire batch of gel if not removed properly. Harvesting aloe requires speed and precision, as even a small bend or bruise can cause the inner gel to oxidize. Only thick, plump, unbroken leaves are considered suitable, and they are carefully placed into shallow trays or soft-lined crates to protect their delicate outer skin. On large farms, mobile harvesting conveyors run along the rows, collecting hundreds of leaves in just a few minutes, reducing manual labor by up to 70% while keeping the gel inside fresh and intact. Typically, a skilled worker can cut up to 1,000 leaves per day, but ensuring that each leaf remains firm, clean, and free of yellow sap still depends entirely on the harvester's experience. The key to the purity of every drop of aloe gel that follows. The grapefruit harvest begins when the fruit turns a uniform shade of pinkish gold, with taut, slightly textured skin. During peak season in Texas, the homeland of the famous Rio Red variety, skilled pickers gently twist each fruit along the stem, creating just enough torque for it to detach naturally without tearing the peel. But under the dry, scorching sun of the semi-desert region, time is the greatest enemy of quality. Just a few hours, delay after full ripeness can cause the skin to dull, essential oils to evaporate, and the flesh to begin drying out. That's why the entire harvest must be fast, continuous, and precise, ensuring that every grapefruit, the moment it leaves the branch, still retains its glossy, aromatic skin and the signature sweet tart flavor that has made Rio Red a beloved name across the United States. In the summer months, when rows of zucchini fields in France reach peak production, hundreds of workers head out for the biggest harvest of the year. Despite advances in mechanization, zucchini are still picked almost entirely by hand, as their thin skin and soft stems make them extremely prone to scratches and bruising. In the fields, pickers move along each row, holding the fruit with one hand and using a small knife to cut the stem cleanly with the other, making quick, precise movements to avoid tearing the glossy green skin. Each worker carries a shallow plastic crate, which, once full, is emptied onto collection trucks, moving slowly alongside the rows. To preserve freshness, harvesting takes place every 2 to 3 days, when the fruits reach about 18 to 20 centimeters in length, the golden stage for flavor and yield. On average, a skilled picker can harvest 400 to 600 kilograms per day, all done in the early morning hours, when the air is cool and the fruits are still firm, vibrant, and full of life. Next, let's visit the shaded cocoa plantations of southern Ghana, the birthplace of the chocolate bars you know so well. A harvest season begins with the rhythmic sound of machetes striking through the forest, a sound locals affectionately call go-to, the signal that the golden season has arrived. When the cocoa pods turn deep red or golden yellow, pickers use curved machetes to cut them from the stem and gather them into small piles beneath the trees. There, they split open the pods and remove the ivory-colored beans, wrapped in a sweet mucilaginous pulp. This pulp is what undergoes natural fermentation for 5 to 7 days, during which enzymes break down sugars and acids, releasing hundreds of precursor aroma compounds. Surprisingly, 60 to 70% of chocolate's final flavor is formed at this stage, long before the beans are roasted. Yet, despite the meticulous labor of millions of farmers, cocoa growers earn less than 2% of the final value of the global chocolate industry, while most profits go to processing giants in Europe and North America, where these humble beans are turned into the sweet indulgence that many of their growers have never even tasted. Flying just a few meters above the fields, agricultural pilots turn farming into one of the most daring and precision-driven professions in the world. With high-capacity nozzles mounted under its wings, a single agricultural aircraft can treat 300 to 600 hectares in a single day, achieving speeds tens of times faster than ground-based tractors or manual spraying. This massive efficiency has turned crop-dusting planes into a strategic weapon against plant diseases. In large-scale farming regions, especially industrial banana plantations in Ecuador, Costa Rica, and Colombia, these aircraft are nearly indispensable for combating deadly outbreaks such as black sigatoka, a fungus that can slash yields by up to 50% if left unchecked. Yet, alongside their undeniable effectiveness, aerial spraying also triggers major controversy. With just one strong gust of wind, chemicals can drift for kilometers, raising risks of water contamination and health concerns for nearby communities. A machine that can literally mesmerize you, that is the stone burrier, a powerhouse that transforms entire fields filled with rocks into smooth, level soil in the blink of an eye. The working mechanism of the stone burrier is based on a high-speed rotating shaft equipped with sharp blades. As it moves forward, this shaft breaks up the topsoil, crushes and filters it, while pushing stones, weeds, and plant residues deep beneath the surface. On top, only a fine, fluffy, and level soil layer remains, the perfect environment for sowing and planting. This machine is especially popular in Europe, particularly in Italy, Spain, and France, regions with rocky terrain and soils used for vineyards, olive groves, and vegetable cultivation. Beyond Europe, it has also been adopted in high-tech agriculture in Japan and China, as well as in urban landscaping projects across Asia. Picture a giant iron plow carving perfect lines across the field, as if sketching geometry onto the soil itself. This implement is pulled by a tractor with a large V-shaped metal mold mounted at the back. As it moves forward, the curved wings push soil from both sides toward the center, compressing and shaping it into straight ridges with uniform height and width. This mechanism not only loosens the soil, improves drainage, and maintains moisture around the roots, but also creates the ideal environment for crops that require raised beds such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, sugarcane, corn, and various vegetables. This modern transformer machine is an exceptionally effective solution, designed specifically for orchards and widely used in major fruit-producing countries, such as Brazil, the United States, Spain, Italy, and Australia. Its operating mechanism is based on a powerful spraying system mounted on a massive U-shaped frame with a tank capacity of up to 4,000 liters. As the machine moves along the rows of trees, each spray boom can be adjusted in pressure and angle to release a fine mist that coats the foliage evenly on both sides. The multi-level spray design ensures maximum coverage from the base to the top, reaching even the inner branches that are nearly impossible to treat manually. Thanks to its ability to treat multiple rows simultaneously, the machine's efficiency far surpasses that of smaller tractor-mounted sprayers or handheld units. From that point on, orchards of oranges, apples, mandarins, or grapes no longer have to fear the rapid spread of pests and diseases, as they are cared for evenly, with less time and labor. Of course, owning such advanced technology comes at a price, around $18,000 to $20,000 US. Aeroponic potatoes are one of the greatest breakthroughs in modern agriculture. In this system, the roots and tubers do not grow in soil, but are suspended in the air inside tightly controlled chambers. Ultra-fine nozzles continuously spray nutrient mist directly onto the roots, providing all the water and minerals required. As a result, these seed potatoes are usually ready for harvest after 8 to 10 weeks, which is twice as fast as conventional cultivation. That is why, in a well-managed aeroponic facility, yields can reach 70 to 80 tons of seed potatoes per hectare per cycle, ensuring a stable supply and high quality for commercial production. However, this technology also has some drawbacks. The initial investment cost is very high, requiring misting systems, electricity, and climate-controlled greenhouses. Moreover, the plants depend entirely on the system. Any power outage or technical malfunction can put the entire crop at risk. Despite these challenges, the economic benefits are remarkable. Farmers and enterprises can recover their investment quickly, thanks to the much higher number of seed tubers, while also reducing the risk of diseases compared to conventional cultivation. This is why aeroponics is rapidly expanding in India, China, Kenya, and many European countries, becoming a strategic solution to secure clean seed potatoes and strengthen global food security. So what do you think about this method? Gone are the days of gathering straw by hand or stacking bundles onto horse-drawn carts, a back-breaking job that consumed countless hours. Today, across vast modern fields stretching to the horizon, massive tractors work side by side with JCB telehandlers, replacing human labor with raw power and precision. The telehandler operates through a hydraulic boom that can extend outward and upward, fitted with clamps or specialized forks to grip, lift, and move bales weighing hundreds of kilograms. Its extended reach allows it to stack straw bales high onto trailers or into storage barns, something ordinary forklifts could never achieve. Once loaded onto trucks, tons of straw bales are transported back to farms and storage facilities, where they are preserved as valuable feed, bedding, or even biofuel. Across Europe and the United States, the JCB telehandler has become the farmer's #1 assistant during the bountiful harvest season. Have you ever seen anything like this before? The handheld rotary tiller is a unique and innovative invention that has brought a real revolution to small farms and medium-sized fields. With its compact design and an engine directly connected to the rotary blades, this machine can plow, till, and loosen the soil in a single pass. The sharp steel blades spin continuously, cutting through hard soil, breaking it into fine particles, and burying weeds, creating a flat, fluffy, oxygen-rich seedbed that is perfect for planting. Thanks to its flexibility and efficiency, it has earned the nickname Mini Mechanized Assistant for agriculture. It is especially popular in India, China, and many African countries, where farm sizes are moderate, but the demand for mechanization is very high. A machine powerful enough to devour an entire tree in seconds. That is the hydraulic mulcher head you see here. As its steel blades spin at incredible speed, branches and trunks are instantly shredded into mulch, creating a scene that is both brutal and mesmerizing. Gone are the days of slow manual cutting. Now, in just a few seconds, a dense thicket can be completely erased. In practice, a single hydraulic mulcher can grind through nearly 20 to 50 tons of wood every hour, meaning that with 1,000 of these machines working together, an entire 10,000-acre forest could vanish in barely half a day. This machine is widely used in forestry management, clearing utility corridors, logging operations, and site preparation for construction. Its greatest advantage lies in unmatched efficiency, outperforming traditional methods many times over, while producing organic mulch that can be reused to enrich the soil. It stands as a striking example of the strength of modern forestry mechanization. Where dozens of workers would once spend days clearing land, a single machine can now accomplish the same monumental task in record time. This is a high-pressure manure sprayer, specially designed to operate on steep mountain slopes where tractors or conventional sprayers cannot reach. Mounted on a Brielmayer slope mower chassis with its signature spiked rollers, the machine connects to a powerful pump system that delivers liquid manure through long hoses. The adjustable spray nozzle projects the fertilizer in a wide arc, ensuring even coverage across pastures and fields. Farmers in the alpine regions of Europe often use this technology to spread natural fertilizers from dairy farms directly onto mountain meadows. The result is richer, more productive grasslands while reducing dependence on chemical fertilizers. By turning animal waste into a valuable resource, This machine represents both efficiency and sustainability in modern agriculture. From futuristic aeroponic chambers to mountain slope sprayers, these machines show how human ingenuity is reshaping agriculture on every scale. Dufttunnel in German means the tunnel of fragrance. Imagine walking through more than 2,000 golden flower pots arranged in curved layers, surrounding you from every side. As you step inside, it feels like entering a flowing river of radiant yellow hues and drifting aromas, turning the entire space into something vibrant and enchanting. The structure is designed as a giant steel tube, with external frames holding rows of potted plants and flowers. This makes the installation both strong and flexible, allowing seasonal changes of blossoms to keep the experience fresh throughout the year. This unique creation, invented by a group of visionary architects from Denmark, is not only a striking landmark, but also a living expression of the connection between art, architecture, and ecology, transforming an ordinary walkway into a multi-sensory journey filled with poetry and wonder. The entire United States is stirring over the latest turbulence in the soybean market. Yet while prices rise and fall across the vast Midwest, the heart of American agriculture, thousands of giant combine harvesters continue to roar through the autumn fields. With headers stretching over 40 feet wide, these mechanical behemoths skim the ground, sweeping every soybean stalk into their processing systems. Inside, dual rotating drums and precision airflow systems operate at astonishing speeds, separating the beans cleanly with a throughput of over 30 tons per hour. But what truly sets them apart lies in their sensor and real-time data systems, which measure yield, moisture, and seed density with pinpoint accuracy, forming the foundation for yield mapping and precision farming in future seasons. Every summer in sunny California, vast fig orchards grow heavy with glossy, deep purple fruit, all harvested entirely by hand. For low branches, pickers gently twist the stem between thumb and forefinger, allowing the fig to detach naturally without tearing its delicate skin. For fruit higher up, they use picking poles. A light tap on the branch is enough for fully ripe figs to drop softly onto canvas sheets spread below, before being gathered into baskets. From there, the figs are chilled within 2 hours of harvest to preserve their juiciness, honeyed sweetness, and signature aroma, ready to supply fine dining restaurants and gourmet brands around the world. In North Carolina, the largest tobacco-growing region in the United States, the days of dozens of workers bending over to cut each leaf by hand are long gone. Now, a single dicloet harvester rolling through the field sets the entire crop in motion with mechanical precision. One machine can maneuver smoothly between 2 dense rows while operating with accuracy down to each individual leaf. At the front, hydraulic pressure sensing clamps automatically detect the leaf's ripeness and softness, gently detaching it from the stem without even shaking the plant. Inside, a variable pressure airflow system works in tandem with a dual dust filtration chamber, continuously cleaning and pre-sorting the harvest. The result: each leaf remains golden, intact, and perfectly moist, ready for the signature flue curing process that defines premium tobacco. This technology not only cuts labor costs by more than 60%, but also ensures that every leaf is uniform, clean, and export grade, proving that mechanization doesn't just replace human labor, it elevates the quality and precision of the entire industry. In the United States, the seaweed harvest season begins when the underwater kelp forests turn a deep amber brown, the sign that the blades have thickened and reached peak nutritional value. Spring comes alive as flat-deck, low-hulled boats equipped with hydraulic winches and specialized spool rollers set out across the cold Atlantic. Upon reaching the cultivation lines, workers secure their gear to the main polypropylene rope, the backbone of the sea farm, suspended about 1 meter below the surface, where the kelp absorbs maximum sunlight without getting sunburned. With a single pull of the hydraulic lever, the spools begin to rotate, hauling up hundreds of meters of golden brown kelp onto the deck. From that moment, it becomes a race against time. Each frond must be cleaned, chilled, and transported ashore within 6 hours. Before oxidation darkens the blades, softens their texture, and robs them of their premium commercial value. The prickly pear cactus, a proud symbol of Mexico's semi-arid landscapes, is a master of drought survival, yet also among the most challenging fruits to harvest on Earth. By late summer, when the fruit turns a brilliant orange-red and the spines begin to dry and stiffen, pickers must don thick jackets, heavy gloves, and full-face coverings to collect the sweetest fruit before the skins split or birds claim them first. The golden window for harvesting lasts only 4 to 6 weeks, but each fruit bristles with hundreds of tiny barbed spines, called glochids, capable of piercing gloves and severely irritating the skin. For that reason, harvesters use long metal tongs to snip each stem without ever touching the surface, careful not to bruise the delicate skin or release the milky sap that can dehydrate the plant and damage its tissue, preventing it from bearing fruit in the next season. Even a single cassava root can be dangerous if not harvested properly. When a hoe or blade cuts into the outer layer containing cyanogenic glycosides, the sap can release hydrocyanic acid, a toxin capable of causing poisoning within minutes. Despite the risk, manual harvesting is still common on small farms. Farmers rely on experience to judge ripeness, then use a machete or hand axe to cut around the base and pull each root carefully, avoiding cracks that cause oxidation and reduce quality. But the process is slow and exhausting. Cassava has woody stems and deep, clinging roots, demanding strength and precision. Heavy reliance on manual labor keeps costs high and yields low, making large-scale production a constant struggle between human effort and the soil itself. In regions of intensive cultivation, like Thailand, which supplies more than 30 million tons of cassava roots each year, the harvest process has been almost completely automated. Modern cassava harvesters can cut stems, dig roots, and collect the tubers in a single pass. Thanks to depth sensors and self-adjusting hydraulic systems, the machines lift the roots intact, without rupturing the cyanide-bearing sap layer, boosting productivity to 2 to 3 tons per hour. Though the initial investment is high, the speed, safety, and superior efficiency of these machines have made them the key to turning cassava into a strategic global crop for starch, ethanol, and food production. After nearly 10 months underground, when the stalks and leaves turn yellow and a faint spicy scent drifts through the air, Shandong Province, China's largest ginger-growing region, enters its busiest season of the year. Because ginger roots branch in complex clusters, farmers use small hand hoes to loosen the soil around each plant, carefully cutting in a circle around the rhizome to avoid breaking any offshoots. Once lifted from the earth, the clumps are shaken clean and neatly stacked in the shade to retain moisture and prevent dehydration. From there, trucks loaded with hundreds of tons of fresh ginger line up and roll out of the fields, carrying not just a crop, but the livelihood of tens of thousands of Shandong farmers who have dedicated their lives to this remarkable route. New Holland broad harvesters are designed specifically for vine crops with delicate berry-like fruit, adaptable simply by changing the shaking head and collection trays. With a high clearance frame and an open working bay, these machines can weave effortlessly through perfectly aligned vineyard rows, even maintaining stability on steep slopes. Instead of cutting, the harvester vibrates at 400 to 500 cycles per minute, powered by a 175 horsepower engine, strong enough to detach each ripe grape from its stem, yet gentle enough to preserve the thin skin intact. Inside, soft roller conveyors and variable pressure air blowers act as a living filtration system, removing leaves, stems, and dust without bruising the fruit. A single unit can harvest over 20 tons of grapes per hour, the equivalent of 40 manual pickers. This mechanization embodies the power of speed and scale. A complete opposite of hand-picking, yet forms the backbone of global production for everyday wines and industrial-grade juice. But for premium grape varieties destined for fine wine production and fresh export, harvesting must still be done entirely by hand. In California, when the grape clusters turn a deep violet hue and become coated with a natural powdery bloom, hundreds of workers spread across the vineyards, armed with small, razor-sharp shears to cut each bunch with precision. Once detached from the vine, every cluster is inspected for skin integrity and potential spoilage before being gently placed into shallow, padded trays to prevent bruising. Thanks to this meticulous care, California continues to produce over 6 million tons of fresh grapes each year, forming the backbone of both its premium wine industry and the global market for high-quality table grapes. Lychee is one of the most delicate fruits to harvest. Delay the picking by just 2 or 3 days, and the skin darkens while the flesh softens as respiration rapidly increases. That's why, when the peel shifts from green to red, growers in the southern orchards must begin picking immediately. In their hands, a small pruning shear becomes an essential tool, sharp enough to cut through semi-woody branches, yet precise enough not to bruise the stem. Each cluster must also be harvested according to export standards, keeping the 2-inch stem to reduce moisture loss, prevent bruising, and maintain the fruit's vibrant red color during long-distance transport. A bountiful lychee season brings not only the heat and energy of the tropics, but also the rhythm of a thriving trade. Thousands of motorbikes loaded with fresh lychees stream toward wholesale markets, fueling an industry projected to surpass $9 billion USD within the next 3 years. Every year, around 6,000 combine harvesters are sold across the United States to serve small seed crops such as sesame, sunflower, and soybeans. Originally designed for taller plants about 1 to 1.5 meters high, these machines must be extensively recalibrated when used for sesame, a much shorter, more fragile crop with pods that shatter easily. During this adjustment, the drum speed is reduced, the airflow softened, and the sieve trays padded, allowing the machine to gently separate the seeds instead of striking them. Thanks to this precision tuning, the harvester can collect nearly every sesame seed without cracking or oil loss, preserving the crop's natural oil content, the very element that gives sesame its high value in the global food and vegetable oil industries. Which fruit harvest impresses you the most? For me, it has to be the durian, often regarded as the hardest fruit in the world to harvest. On trees towering 10 to 15 meters high, pickers must climb skillfully through dense branches to reach each spiky fruit weighing up to 5 kilograms. Before cutting, they tap the shell with the handle of a knife. The sound, whether dull or deep, reveals its ripeness. Some even smell the stem, observe the color of the spikes, or feel the cracks around the stalk. skills that take 3 to 5 years of experience to master. Once ripe, the picker cuts the stem and drops the fruit, while a partner below holds out a large jute sack to catch it. The sack isn't fully sealed. Its rough, breathable fibers allow the spikes to grip lightly, slowing the fall. Air escapes through the woven gaps, softening the impact and almost eliminating the force of the drop, ensuring the fruit lands safely without cracking or bruising. This method is fast and efficient, preserving the natural ripeness and aroma of the fruit. Yet it demands absolute precision and teamwork. A single mistake can send the durian crashing down, destroying it and endangering the catcher's life. It is precisely this delicate harvesting technique, combined with the fruit's high nutritional value hidden beneath its infamous scent, that makes the durian one of the most prized and extraordinary fruits of the tropics. With a wingspan of up to 40 meters and the ability to spray thousands of fine, mist-like water jets, the boom irrigation system before you is a trusted helper for Dutch farmers caring for vast tulip fields stretching over thousands of hectares. Its operation is impressively clever. The boom is extended to the area that needs watering, directly connected to water channels and a pressurized pumping system. Hundreds of tiny nozzles along the steel arms release water in unison, creating an artificial rain that blankets every row of flowers. Thanks to its even spray and ultrafine droplets, this system can save up to 40% of water compared to traditional methods, helping the tulips grow uniformly while keeping their vibrant colors intact. But to keep the tulips not just beautiful, but healthy, farmers rely on another shield, a self-propelled spraying machine with a tank holding up to 6,000 liters. The wingspan is still impressive, stretching wide across the field, but this time its mission has changed. Hundreds of nozzles release a fine mist, covering every petal and leaf, forming an invisible barrier against pests and mold. In just 1 hour, the machine can treat 15 to 20 hectares, dozens of times more efficient than manual labor, saving chemicals, reducing pollution, and ensuring every tulip reaches absolute perfection. But no matter how stunning the flowers are, they still need to be removed, because the real value Dutch farmers aim for lies underground, the tulip bulbs. Only by removing the blooms can the nutrients be fully directed to grow big, strong bulbs that meet export standards. The tulip cutting machine, or tulip topper, is designed compactly to fit neatly between rows for easy movement. At the front, specially shaped rotating blades cut only the flower heads, leaving stems and leaves intact to continue photosynthesis and nourish the bulbs. Thanks to this precision, hundreds of hectares of flowers are processed quickly and accurately, laying the foundation for the multi-billion-dollar tulip bulb industry each year. Unlike tulips, which are harvested with just a gentle cut at the bloom, lavender enters its season with massive machines, a clear sign of its importance, as it supplies up to 70% of the raw material for the global perfume industry. The cutter-gatherer works with rotating disc blades that slice close to the rows, then clamp and lift the purple stems onto a conveyor, compressing them into large bundles neatly dropped into a storage compartment. This method preserves the whole stems, producing pure essential oils, perfect for high-end perfumes or handcrafted dried bouquets. The trade-off, however, is a slower pace and the need for more handling afterward. On the other hand, modified Class Jaguar harvesters are built for speed. Their cutting blades and chain system continuously chop, shred, and suction the lavender, blasting the fragments directly into a truck driving alongside. This approach can clear hundreds of hectares within just a few days, saving on labor and costs, though the oil quality is slightly lower and usually destined for large-scale industrial use. Whichever technology is chosen, the goal remains the same: to transform the endless purple fields of Provence into the fragrant heart that sustains the world's perfume industry. The moldboard plow, the true season opener of every harvest, stands out with its ability to turn the very skin of the earth in a single pass, awakening the life hidden deep underground. Heavy-duty tractors boasting pulling power of 250 to 400 horsepower tow behind them a set of perfectly curved plow blades. Crafted from ultra-durable steel with smooth flowing surfaces, these exceptional blades can slice, lift, and flip soil 180 degrees in just one motion. Thanks to their precise angles and polished finish, the soil doesn't shatter chaotically, but instead folds neatly into even strips, burying weeds, pathogens, and crop residues while bringing the fertile lower layers up to the surface. A modern moldboard plow on today's market ranges from $15,000 to $40,000, depending on its size and number of blades, excluding the tractor itself. It's a major investment, but one that pays off with unmatched efficiency across large-scale farmlands. On the vast fields of Idaho, the potato capital of the United States, Grimm potato planters have replaced manual labor with a 5-step process completed in a single pass, cutting down planting time, saving up to 70% in costs, and bringing agriculture to true industrial standards. At the front, tillers and furrow openers break up the soil, carving out perfectly straight rows. As the earth is turned, flocks of birds swoop down, snatching up the worms and insects that appear, turning the entire field into a lively feast where nature and machinery move in harmony. Immediately after, ridge formers shape the soil into uniform beds with precise dimensions. Behind them, massive seed hoppers feed tons of seed potatoes onto conveyors, dropping them through chutes at exactly the right spacing and depth. Just seconds later, covering discs close the soil to lock in moisture, while integrated fertilizing and spraying systems add nutrients and protect the crop from pests right from the start. Thanks to these steel giants, planting thousands of hectares, once a job that took weeks, can now be done in just a few days. Though the initial investment is significant, the efficiency they deliver makes them a golden asset for any industrial-scale farm. The impressive cup conveyor system is the true backbone of modern cauliflower harvesting. Once the heads are neatly cut at the base, workers carefully place them into bright yellow plastic cups, moving steadily across the field. Each cup acts like a personal, protective shield, cradling the cauliflower securely without bruising or scratching. Together, they flow in a seamless stream toward a central truck, where the cauliflowers are transferred straight onto the loading platform, ready for sorting and packaging. It's essentially a mobile production line in the middle of the field, fast, efficient, and standardized. But the pinnacle of technology lies in the autonomous robotic harvesting system for broccoli. These aren't just machines, they are intelligent arms working in perfect synchronization. Each robotic arm is equipped with a soft silicone gripper that holds the broccoli firmly without crushing it. Right at the gripping point, a high-pressure mist nozzle releases a burst of cold vapor, instantly chilling the freshly cut head to extend freshness and suppress bacterial growth. Then, with the help of an integrated vacuum lift, the broccoli is gently raised and either placed onto a conveyor or dropped directly into a storage bin. Though not yet widely adopted, and costing several times more than traditional systems, robotic technology is still seen as the inevitable future of smart farming. where productivity, quality, and sustainability converge in every field. Soaring across vast fields like the Sky Knights of the digital age, spraying drones are rewriting the standards of modern agriculture. Their impressive operation begins with GPS and digital mapping, allowing them to follow precise flight paths without missing even the smallest corner of a field. High-pressure nozzles combined with smart sensors distribute liquid according to crop density, cutting pesticide use by up to 50% while safeguarding maximum yields. With multi-directional radar and obstacle avoidance sensors, drones fly safely and steadily, even over terraced farms or rugged landscapes where traditional tractors simply can't reach. But spraying is just the beginning. These drones can also sow seeds, spread fertilizer, or even dispense granular pesticides, transforming into true multitasking machines in the sky. Faster, safer, and more precise, they're no longer just a supporting tool, but a symbol of smart farming, where technology quite literally takes flight alongside the harvest. On the vast dairy and beef cattle farms of the US and Australia, hay gathering is no longer the work of human hands, but of true steel rakers, the wheel rake. With star-shaped wheels bristling with slender steel tines, they spin freely with ground friction, sweeping scattered hay into long, uniform windrows in a single pass. Each synchronized turn creates a powerful mechanical rhythm, transforming the chaotic aftermath of harvest into neat rows ready for baling and storage. Without the need for complex hydraulics or sophisticated electronics, the wheel rake wins farmers over with its simplicity, durability, and remarkable speed. With low upfront costs, yet the ability to cover dozens of hectares in just a few hours, it stands as the unsung hero of industrial hayfields. The giant John Deere spindle picker C770 stands as the ultimate symbol of America's cotton mechanization era, bringing in millions of tons of cotton each season from September to October. At its front, a spindle system armed with thousands of high-speed steel needles spins relentlessly, twisting each boll from its husk with near-perfect precision, while stripping away leaves and impurities. But what truly sets the C770 as a global benchmark is its integrated module builder. Instead of transporting harvested cotton to a separate gin press, the machine compresses it instantly in the field into massive round modules weighing 2-3 tons, wrapped in moisture-resistant film, and neatly dropped on the spot. This leap transforms the C770 from a mere harvester into a mobile harvest baling storage line, streamlining the entire post-harvest chain, cutting labor costs, and preserving fiber quality at its peak. Behind the millions of tons of bright red tomatoes harvested each year, it's no longer the bending backs of workers picking basket by basket, but the rise of tomato-pulling machines, the true path clearers of modern farming. With powerful steel arms, they gently lift entire plants from the soil, lining them up neatly in rows to await the next stage of harvest. Instead of dozens of workers uprooting by hand, now a single machine can sweep across the entire field in a matter of moments. But that is only the beginning. Right behind them come the steel giants that transform the open field into a massive outdoor factory. As they move through the rows, the front-end shakers yank whole tomato plants from the earth and feed them onto a moving conveyor. There, a series of vibrating sieves shake relentlessly, stripping ripe fruit from stems, leaves, and soil, leaving only a flowing stream of crimson tomatoes. The true breakthrough lies in flawless synchronization. Once cleaned by high-powered fans, each fruit glides down the belt and is instantly handed over to a truck driving alongside. No stoppage, no manual hauling. Harvesting, sorting, cleaning, and loading all unfold in one seamless motion. With just a single machine, dozens of hectares can be processed daily, yielding hundreds of tons of fruit, compressing weeks of back-breaking labor into only a few days. This is how industrial agriculture turns a tomato harvest into a breathtaking performance of speed, power, and precision. Thailand is considered the tropical paradise of jackfruit, producing nearly 400,000 tons each year. This giant fruit isn't just widely cultivated, it also brightens up the country's floating markets, where thousands are bought and sold daily from small wooden boats. But the real craze is rising across the globe. Just a decade ago, most Americans had never seen a jackfruit. Now it's becoming a new symbol of plant-based eating. Young jackfruit is especially praised as the perfect plant meat, thanks to its fibrous texture and ability to soak up flavors, turning easily into a vegan version of pulled pork or roast chicken. Many Americans still confuse jackfruit with durian because of their large, spiky appearance, but they're completely different personalities. Durian is the rock star of the tropics with a bold aroma people either love or run from, while jackfruit is gentle, sweet-smelling, and easy to share, like a friendly guest always welcome at the table. What about you? Do you prefer jackfruit or durian? The journey of jackfruit begins with tiny seeds, carefully selected from large, evenly ripened fruits. Then a gentle spray of protective solution is applied, followed by another layer of fiber to maintain stable humidity. After just 5 to 7 days, the hard shell begins to crack, revealing the first small root, a vivid sign that life has begun. From the sprouting seeds, farmers begin the planting process. They gently dig small holes, place each seed inside, and cover it with loose, airy soil. Finally, a layer of dry straw is spread on top, like a natural blanket protecting the tiny green sprouts from scorching sun and heavy rain, allowing them to safely push through and grow. As the sprouted jackfruit seeds begin to grow and push out tender green shoots, the grafting process is initiated. Farmers carefully select healthy buds from mother trees known for producing quality fruit, then skillfully attach them to the young seedlings, securing them with a thin layer of plastic film. After 7 to 10 days, once the grafted shoots emerge bright and green, the plastic wrap is removed. Successfully grafted plants are then selected and transplanted into soil, marking the start of their journey toward fruit production. With 3 to 5 years of meticulous care, including watering, fertilizing, and pest control, the mature jackfruit trees begin to yield their first fruits. Though the initial output may be modest, it signifies that the trees have adapted well and are ready to enter a stable, productive phase. As time passes, the jackfruit trees stand resilient against the sun and wind, and by the vibrant month of September, the entire orchard glows with golden hues. The plump, fragrant jackfruits peek out from beneath their leafy canopy, announcing that the harvest season has truly arrived. Recognizing a ripe jackfruit is not as straightforward as with most other fruits. When it reaches maturity, its leaves darken to a deeper green, the outer skin transitions from green to yellow. The spikes on its surface loosen slightly, and the stem begins to ooze sap. These signs typically appear in fruits weighing between 10 to 30 kilograms, the ideal size for commercial harvesting. Each jackfruit is carefully wrapped in a green mesh bag, a protective layer that shields it from insects, harsh sunlight, and physical impacts during its final growth stages. In large-scale jackfruit orchards, where hundreds of fruits can be harvested daily, Workers use specialized tools with long handles and razor-sharp blades for the harvest. With a swift and precise cut, the blade navigates through dense foliage, swiftly bringing down even the enormous jackfruits hanging high above. Every cut demands absolute precision to prevent scarring the fruit's skin or breaking tender branches. Only seasoned farmers, often those with over a decade of experience, can distinguish between a fruit that has reached perfect sweetness and one that still needs more sunlight. Yet, jackfruit harvesting is far from simple. To reach fruits suspended over 3 meters high, farmers must secure themselves on sturdy ladders and carefully climb through dense branches. Once close enough, they must move cautiously across limbs, mindful not to damage young branches. When finally positioned, they make a decisive cut at the stem, slowly lowering the fruit with full concentration and strength, never allowing it to fall freely, as a single impact could bruise the flesh, scrape the skin, and reduce its value. In the canal-side orchards Klong of central Thailand, farmers have devised an ingenious harvesting method. Instead of carrying the heavy fruits manually, they cut them and let them directly into the canal. They then navigate along the water in boats to collect the floating jackfruits, maximizing efficiency by utilizing the natural waterways to swiftly transport the harvest to bustling floating markets. The freshly harvested jackfruits, bursting with vitality, are carefully loaded onto pickup trucks and motorbikes, ready for their journey to the collection point. There they undergo meticulous pre-processing, trimming leaves and stems to enhance their appearance. Once prepared, these pristine jackfruits continue their journey, traveling to bustling markets or processing factories where they are transformed into delicious dried jackfruit. Before heading into the dried jackfruit processing factory, let's first visit the bustling jackfruit market, where golden-ripe fruits are stacked high, and buyers and sellers eagerly negotiate and trade. The sharp swish of knives, along with the pungent, characteristic scent of jackfruit sap, fills the air. The jackfruit cutters work deftly, hands firmly gripping thin, long-bladed knives pre-greased with cooking oil to prevent the sticky sap from adhering. With just one decisive cut, the rugged, thorny rind instantly splits open. Each golden, plump segment of jackfruit is then revealed. These are quickly deseeded, fibrous parts removed, and neatly arranged into plastic boxes or packaging trays, ready for their journey. In large markets like Chatuchak in Thailand, dubbed the fruit paradise, thousands of jackfruits are consumed daily, transformed into convenient portions for tourists and locals alike. The remaining jackfruit takes a different path. Instead of heading to bustling markets, it fulfills its purpose at modern processing plants. Immediately upon arrival at the factory, the sweet jackfruit is moved by workers into storage facilities. Here, the jackfruit is weighed and sorted according to its intended use. After being weighed, the jackfruit undergoes an initial cleaning of its exterior to remove dust accumulated during long transit. Next, the jackfruits go through the process of seed and fiber removal. Before beginning this stage, workers must strictly follow hygiene protocols to ensure food safety. They are required to sanitize their hands with a specialized disinfectant solution, typically containing at least 70% alcohol. When working with jackfruits, excessive force is not an option. Each fruit can weigh up to 30 kilograms, yet its flesh is incredibly delicate. Just a slight mishandling can bruise the segments and lower product quality. Skilled workers use razor-sharp, thin-bladed knives, sharpened daily, to precisely navigate around the fibrous core and seeds, preserving the plump texture of the fruit. Though this step seems simple, mastering it takes time. New workers typically need 1 to 2 weeks to perfect the technique of removing seeds without damaging the flesh. Experienced workers can process over 500 kilograms of jackfruit daily, working with speed and accuracy to maintain the highest standards. After the segments are separated and cleaned, the jackfruit undergoes rapid freezing at approximately 35 degrees Celsius to 40 degrees Celsius for 2 to 4 hours. This process locks in moisture and preserves the full flavor, ensuring the perfect texture for the next step: crisp, sweet dehydration. After freezing, the jackfruit is placed into a vacuum fryer, a specialized machine that operates in a low-pressure environment at only 80 to 90 degrees Celsius. Under these controlled conditions, moisture in the jackfruit evaporates gradually, preserving its natural shape, vibrant color, and original flavor. A key advantage of this method is that the oil circulates continuously during frying, but is completely removed afterward, resulting in crispy, non-greasy, perfectly intact pieces. After frying, the jackfruit is transferred to a centrifugal oil removal machine. Inside a high-speed spinning chamber rotating at 1,200 to 500 RPM, the centrifugal force pushes excess oil off the surface of the jackfruit pieces. This process ensures the final product is lightly crispy, non-greasy, and maintains an appealing golden color while extending its shelf life. After the oil is removed, the jackfruit is cooled on a conveyor belt to regulate temperature and moisture levels before packaging. Unlike traditional drying methods, vacuum frying delivers superior quality, producing jackfruit that is crunchier, more visually appealing, and richer in taste. Despite the distinction in processing, many people still refer to it as dried jackfruit rather than the more accurate term, vacuum-fried jackfruit, simply out of habit. Once fully cooled, the jackfruit moves on to the quality inspection stage. Here, workers meticulously examine each segment by eye, discarding any pieces that are burnt, broken, discolored, or fail to meet the required size standards. The selected jackfruit segments are transferred to the packaging area. Each crispy piece is carefully sealed in specialized airtight bags made from moisture-resistant materials, effectively preventing humidity from seeping in. This protective layer ensures that the jackfruit retains its signature crunch, avoiding softness or texture degradation even during long-term storage. Each bag typically weighs between 100 to 200 grams, making it both convenient for consumption and optimal for preservation. One crucial but often overlooked step is the gas flushing system, where an inert gas, usually nitrogen, is pumped into the bag before sealing. Nitrogen creates a stable environment, preventing oxidation, preserving the jackfruit's vibrant golden color, and extending its shelf life without the need for artificial preservatives. Thanks to this meticulous packaging process, vacuum-fried jackfruit can maintain its crisp texture and distinctive flavor for 6 to 12 months.